5, 4, 3, 2, hola. Ok, 2, 5, 4, 3, 2, hola. Probando audio. Hola, 2, 3. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hola, 2, 3. Probando audio. Hola, 2, 3. 5, 4, 3, 2, hola. Buenos días. Hola, 2, 3. 5, 4, 3, 2, hola. Audio 2, 3. Hola, 2, 3. Buenos días.
I think it's fine. I think it's actually fine. Right? It's fine, no? I don't know. What do you think? I can't. I have the papers. I can't. No, I can't. It's okay. They may.
Very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If I could encourage you to come in from the concourse, come and start taking your seats. We will be starting in just a few minutes' time. So do come on in, grab yourself a seat, find friends in the room. We will be getting underway in just a couple of minutes. Good morning, colleagues. Can I please encourage you, if you have not already done so, to find a seat? Speakers, any speakers that we've got in the room, and partners, there are some reserved tables down at the front here. We'd invite you to come and join us down here. That'd be great. Well, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety, can I welcome you to this, the 8th global meeting of non-governmental organisations advocating for road safety and road victims. My name's Dan Campsall, and it's my privilege to sort of guide us through our time together today. We're very grateful for the presence of members, national and international authorities, experts, and indeed our corporate partners who are with us today. I would also like to extend that welcome to those who aren't only present in the room, but who are joining us online. There are many colleagues who I'm aware wanted very much to be here with us today. Some of them went to a great deal of effort to try and get here, but our time will be much enriched for having you joining us online. Before we get fully underway, there are just a few reminders that I would like to draw your attention to. So, today's session is available in 3 languages. It's available in English, French, and Spanish. So you can select the stream of the language that you would like to listen to. For those colleagues who are joining us in the virtual event, you please do use the chat function to comment and interact with others. But please do remember to ensure that anything you post in the chat is consistent with the code of conduct that was circulated earlier this week. Hands up if you are on Twitter. Okay, every one of you need to listen to this next bit, because we are tweeting throughout the event using the hashtag #RethinkMobility. So please do tweet, share, make sure that you tag at Road Safety NGOs, and do comment on one another's posts so that we can create plenty of social buzz across social media channels, gathering many others to join the conversation that we are starting in the room today. So we want to thank the Ministry of Public Works and Transportation and the Vice Ministry of Transport of El Salvador, and of course the World Health Organization for hosting this meeting. And we also want to express our enormous appreciation to FedEx, to Michelin, and to Total Energy Foundation for their enormous support as well. But without further ado, we're going to commence proceedings today, and so it's my very great pleasure to welcome our much-loved friend and colleague, Rochelle Sobel, to kick us off.
Wow. A favorite sweater, a fading photo, a yellowing note scribbled in haste. Those of us who have lost family and friends on the roads of the world cling to these tangible reminders that our loved ones once lived and hoped and dreamed. We remember the splendor of their lives, the radiance of their smiles, and the resonance of their voices. Their laughter echoes about us still, and at times we can almost feel the warmth of their embraces playing along the edges of our minds. A favorite sweater, a fading photo, a yellowing note scribbled in haste. The simple objects that our loved ones once held or wore or touched have become our most treasured possessions, flooding our hearts with memories. The radiant smiles emanate from empty chairs, lighting our way with joy and anguish. Their musical instruments play silent, haunting melodies. Their half-read books remain forever frozen in suspense. Their neglected prizes and diplomas bear witness to what might have been, but never was. Their very absence has become an overwhelming presence. But more palpable than all of the items that our loved ones left behind are their powerful messages to us, their outrage that each year well over 1 million precious lives are still lost on the roads, their increasing sense of urgency, of impatience, of senseless, preventable, unconscionable deaths as they continue to fracture hopes and shatter dreams, their demand for greater political commitment and political will, for safer roads and more protective vehicles, for swifter enactment of laws, better medical, emotional, legal, and judicial post-care support, and their hope that through our dedicated and unrelenting efforts, we will bring about a road-safe world where grieving friends and families are no longer left behind to cling heartbroken to a favorite sweater, a fading photo, and a yellowing note scribbled in haste. They will always be in our hearts. They will always be in our inspiration. Please rise for a moment of silence. Let us be seated.
Thank you, Rochelle. Your reflections always help to orientate us at a time like this and align us for the important work that will take place in this room today and in the coming days. We have a slight change to the running order for this morning. So we are going to hear from the Minister and Vice Minister in a few moments. But for now, it's great to have a message of support from the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Road Safety, Mr. Jean Todt.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to all participants to this 8th global meeting of NGOs for road safety. My special thanks go to the Vice Minister of Transport of El Salvador. I'm pleased to take part virtually in this hybrid event. I hope that it's the most successful of the global meetings yet. The key word this year is, of course, rethinking. After failing to achieve our goal of reducing by half the 1.3 million annual road crash deaths during our first decade of action for road safety, we have collectively decided to embark on our goal for the second time. This time around, we must succeed. In the second decade of action 2021-2030, we clearly and emphatically must rethink our approach. In road safety, it is thanks to decades of rethinking our systems and habits that we have been able to make the many advances that we know. But it is far from enough. The challenges remain especially big in the low to middle-income countries, which account for 93% of annual road crash fatalities and serious injuries. The beauty of the NGOs is that you have the potential to achieve things more quickly and with flexibilities and bigger institutions, which by their nature cannot be so nimble or responsive. In this way, NGOs play a central role to both rethinking how we approach road safety and promoting awareness and implementation of the evidence-based work we already understand. We need your contribution. To achieve our goals, we fortunately have much evidence-based interventions that work in specific cities and countries where the statistics are not quite as grim. We must use the lesson from the first decade of action, as well as draw confidently from the global plan, which is a blueprint for solving many of the problems. I emphasize, however, that it is still not enough. We need to rethink our approaches to devise whatever method we possibly can to change our habits, build infrastructure, create and administer laws, and save lives. One of the most obvious areas of positive change in recent years is our rethinking towards applying a holistic approach to traffic safety. I'm speaking about the connection between the other SDGs, particularly that of improving the environment and the immediate results those have on road safety. A recent study showed that if we were to shift just one trip per day from driving to cycling, that an individual could cut their carbon footprint for the year by 67%. And that if a city was to scale up walking and cycling, they could actually save $15 billion for healthcare costs. In other words, by focusing on creating safe bicycle paths, better roads and pedestrian walkways, we reduce road crash deaths and injuries, particularly those of women, the young and the old. By improving the safety, we thereby ensure to women, the aged and children the right to get to work, school and other parts of their daily lives. In the meantime, we also are climate friendly, more active and help the economy. It is a win-win. In this way, we are rethinking mobility to equate safety to quality of life and a healthier planet. There is no greater mission for us all to work towards. Thank you for your comment, and I look forward to seeing you all soon.
Thank you to the UN Secretary-General Special Envoy, Mr. Jean Todt, for those provocative and challenging comments to us delegates. It now is my very great pleasure to invite Etienne Krug, who is the Director for Social Determinants of Health at the World Health Organization. He's somebody who needs very little introduction because of the huge role and support that he has played in bringing the Alliance together. But would you welcome him now to the stage?
Thanks very much, and good morning, dear colleagues and friends. It is so nice to be here and to see all of you in person after so many years. A few days ago, my youngest daughter, turned 18. We had a celebration, and it was an opportunity for me to reflect on, these 18 years and how proud I was to see her having grown up, becoming so independent, so articulate, so determined, knowing where she goes. Basically, she doesn't need me so much anymore, except once in a while to get some money. And today I feel the same. So proud to be here, seeing how much this alliance of road safety NGOs has evolved. Some of us came together in 2009. I know Rochelle was there, I think Kathy and a few others, in Brussels, in Brussels in 2009 to prepare the first ever global ministerial conference on road safety. I think there were like 70 or so participants from 45 countries, and we were so excited. Particularly me, because I felt there was a need for a much stronger, more organized, more vocal NGO community to move the road safety agenda forward. What has happened since really has exceeded my expectations. I want to congratulate Lotte, the whole secretariat of the Alliance, and of course all of you, because what you are doing is amazing. It's exactly the vision we had set out 14 years or so ago. We wanted an NGO community that would speak up. We wanted an NGO community that would speak as one voice one that was present at the global, but also at the regional, at the national and local level. And we now have that. So I want to applaud all of you. Applaud you for everything you're doing, because I know it's not easy. We're all struggling. We're all in our little corner feeling nobody cares about road safety. We're all struggling for money to survive. We're all wondering where we are going. But together we are so much stronger. So thanks for all you're doing. But you're not off the hook. We have a long way to go. As you know, we have a decade of action which aims to see a reduction in deaths of 50% by 2030. And we have a plan for that. It's a good plan. It's a solid plan that builds on the evidence of what we know works. Better legislation on some key risk factors, better infrastructure, better enforcement of that legislation, better vehicles, etc., trauma care, as well as more of a focus now on a modal shift, moving away from a car-based transportation system to one that is much more sustainable. But for doing that, to do that, we need to make walking, cycling, and public transport safe. I am convinced that we will not achieve the targets without strong NGO push and pull and shouting. So please continue what you're doing. We have a number of opportunities coming up. The global status report will come out towards the end of the year. Before that, we have the UN Road Safety Week. We'll, of course, have Remembrance Day as well this year. Down the line, we'll have another ministerial conference, probably in 2025, and another high-level meeting in the UN General Assembly in 2026. So we have several milestones on the way at the global level. But it is not at the global level that lives are being saved. It is at the national and the local level. So please put your efforts in mobilizing, continuing to mobilize, I know you're already doing it, your national and local authorities, and do it based on the evidence. I'm so happy that that is the theme of this meeting as well, and we'll discuss it in the panel later this morning. Because there's a lot being done, but it's so much better if it is based on evidence, because that is what we know works. Focusing on things that have no effectiveness, like just out of the blue billboards or campaigns, is not good enough. We need to focus on the right things. And that's why I applaud this accountability framework that you're also launching this week. So Lotte is looking at me with a smile, but also saying, stop now, because we're already over time. So I'm going to stop. I'll be here today for the rest of the day, and I'm looking forward to interact with as many of you as possible. But please, keep up the great work. Thank you very much.
I'm sure if anyone deserves an extra moment or two, Etienne, it's you. Fantastic. Continuing with our program then, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all delegates gathered here when I say that we have received an incredible welcome here in El Salvador. And so without any further delay, it's my privilege to invite to the stage our hosts, Edgar Romeo Rodriguez Herrera, the Minister of Works and Transportation, and also Nelson Eduardo Reyes, the Minister of Transportation, Vice Minister of Transportation. Would you come and please speak to us?
Bueno, tengan todos muy buenos días a todas las personas de diferentes ONGs, de la cooperación internacional, de las embajadas que nos acompañan, organizadores del evento que están con nosotros, viceministro de Transporte y a todo el personal de FONAT, BMT y diferentes instituciones que están esta mañana con nosotros. Para nosotros, pues, hoy es un día muy importante y para el gobierno del presidente Nayib Bukele, para el presidente de El Salvador, y en especial para el Ministerio de Obras Públicas y de Transporte, pues es un alto honor que ustedes puedan venir a nuestro país y puedan compartir toda esta información que para nosotros es muy relevante. Este evento pues reúne a 61 países miembros de la Alianza Global para las ONGs por la Seguridad Vial, algo que es muy importante para nosotros. En nombre del presidente Nayib Bukele, sean todos bienvenidos al país que también es de ustedes. No me cabe la menor duda que cada uno de los contenidos que se vean en este evento pues van a ser muy valiosos, y créanme lo que nosotros pues vamos a trabajar para ponerlos en práctica, cada uno de ellos. Nosotros vamos a asumir con responsabilidad todos los compromisos que salgan de este foro para proteger a nuestra población, así como las experiencias que se han tenido en los diferentes países participantes, que han tenido éxito en sus acciones en favor de la seguridad vial. El presidente nos ha reiterado en diferentes ocasiones que para que nuestro país sea grande es necesario tomar las diferentes acciones y no repetir aquello pues, que nos ha dado problemas y que de alguna manera pues, los errores únicamente sirven para no volverlos a cometer. Y es ahí donde nosotros pues, vamos a enfocar nuestros esfuerzos y vamos a retomar todas aquellas acciones que sirvan en favor del bienestar de nuestra población y en bienestar para garantizar una mayor seguridad vial para toda la población. En El Salvador, como muchos conocerán, pues la delincuencia se ha reducido drásticamente. Nosotros teníamos en el año 2019, éramos el país más inseguro del mundo. No el más inseguro de América, éramos el más inseguro del mundo, con la mayor tasa de homicidios por habitantes. Esa realidad cambió en El Salvador. Ahora somos, de acuerdo a las estadísticas, el país más seguro de América Latina, según los datos que tenemos de este año 2023, y si los comparamos por cada fallecido por 100,000 habitantes. Eso de alguna manera, en términos de seguridad contra la delincuencia, pues ha marcado un avance sustancial para nuestra sociedad. Ahora las personas, pues antes tenían temor de salir a las calles, incluso ingresar a sus colonias, a sus pasajes, a sus residenciales. Eran extorsionados por pandilleros, por personas que de alguna manera pues generaban homicidios y que de alguna manera pues tenían control de diferentes territorios. Ahora las personas ya no tienen ese temor y salen libremente a las calles, salen libremente a los espacios públicos, no tienen temor de abordar el transporte público como tenían antes. Es decir, prácticamente todos los días teníamos un homicidio en una unidad del transporte público. Esa situación cambió. Es más, incluso en palabras de los mismos transportistas, pues el año pasado no tuvimos ningún homicidio en conductores del sector transporte. Y eso pues es algo muy importante para nosotros porque le ha dado una mayor confianza a la población, ha incrementado nuestro turismo y ha incrementado también el valor de nuestra economía. Pero así como se han hecho esos esfuerzos en términos de seguridad contra la delincuencia, también queremos trabajar en términos de seguridad vial. Si bien es cierto, tenemos muchas personas, por cada día prácticamente fallecen 4 personas en accidentes de tránsito. Si bien es cierto, pues el número se ha ido reduciendo año con año, pero no es suficiente. Es decir, tenemos un número todavía bastante alto. Si nuestra población es de 6 millones de habitantes aproximadamente. Eso se considera un número bastante alto. ¿Y por qué es? Por diferentes motivos, ¿verdad? No se ha tenido la cultura vial, no se han tenido diferentes acciones para poder priorizar en las personas y pues estamos trabajando para poder cambiar esto. Yo les comentaba ayer en la reunión que tuvimos, en la bienvenida, que en nuestras calles ni tan siquiera teníamos semáforos peatonales. Si bien es cierto, estamos en el proceso de instalación de semáforos peatonales para garantizar una seguridad vial para cada una de las personas, de señalización de las calles para los peatones. Acá en El Salvador incluso era de la cultura que el policía de tránsito subía a la persona con silla de ruedas a la pasarela. Es decir, cosas que no deberían de estar sucediendo. Pero claro, lo importante es que estamos trabajando para hacer estas transformaciones, esos cambios en la cultura vial, en el mejoramiento de la infraestructura para garantizar una seguridad para los peatones, para los ciclistas. De hecho, en los últimos 3 años se han construido más kilómetros de ciclovía de lo que se ha desarrollado en la historia de nuestro país. En El Salvador solo teníamos cerca de 3 kilómetros de ciclovía. Ahora tenemos más de 35 kilómetros de ciclovías que se han construido a lo largo del territorio nacional. Y seguimos trabajando en la construcción de estos circuitos, de espacios para los ciclistas, de espacios adecuados para los peatones. Las personas, incluso en diferentes sectores, para cruzarse, se quería cruzar la calle, en el otro sector pues no hay acera. Y eso de alguna manera pues pone en riesgo al peatón. Es más, de cada 10 personas que fallecen en accidente de tránsito en El Salvador, 3 son peatones. Y esa es parte de la realidad que nosotros estamos trabajando para cambiar. Nos hace falta mucho por hacer, pero sin duda se tiene toda la voluntad, así como se ha trabajado en la parte de seguridad contra la delincuencia, pues de igual manera vamos a trabajar en la seguridad vial para toda la población de nuestro país. Y yo sé que sin duda estas acciones, este foro, pues va a dar diferentes insumos importantes, experiencias, para que nosotros también pues podamos ponerlas en práctica. Yo quiero mencionarles que nosotros tenemos un Consejo Nacional de Seguridad Vial, que es CONASEVI, y pues que de ahí se realizan diferentes trabajos, estrategias y acciones para poder incrementar las labores de educación vial y poder reducir la siniestralidad de nuestro país. Si bien es cierto, si comparamos los datos del año 2022 versus el año 2021, tuvimos un 7.1% menos de accidentes viales. De igual manera, tuvimos menos fallecidos por accidentes, pero aún así no es suficiente. Tenemos que seguir trabajando fuertemente en el tema. Tenemos muchas personas que siguen muriendo por accidentes y eso pues hace un reto bastante importante. Normalmente las noticias del día a día pues eran los homicidios en nuestro país. Ahora eso ha cambiado, ahora el tema pues son los accidentes viales, porque de alguna manera pues tenemos que seguir trabajando en este tema y sin duda pues vamos a seguirlo haciendo y vamos a poner todo nuestro empeño y todo nuestro esfuerzo. Yo les agradezco a todos por estar en este foro importante. Muchas gracias por venir a nuestro país. Espero que puedan disfrutar de lo que tiene El Salvador. Tenemos muy cerca las playas, tenemos cerca las montañas, tenemos cerca diferentes espacios. Espero que puedan disfrutar de este país que también es de ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I had something prepared in Spanish today, but I believe most of you speak English, so please bear with my rusty English. Thank you very much for being here today. It is a great honor for us to have you here. 61 countries represented here in this event. I believe it is the first time it is done in Latin America, which I believe is something very important, as we know that it is in these countries, in Latin America, that most of the work regarding road safety must be done. I'd like to thank each and every one of you, and I would like to take a little bit of time to thank all of the women here. We are today celebrating the commemoration day, the International Women's Day. Thank you. I can see many, many women here who are relentlessly working every day in order to bring road safety, which translates in saving lives. I know there's a lot of commitments that will derive from this event, and it is with great responsibility that we will take upon them as a government. You must know that road safety is a priority for this government, and especially for all of the institutions involved with that subject specifically. We have, for example, the Fund for Attention of Traffic Accident Victims. We also have the CONASEVIs and CODESEVIs, which implement different strategies in order to generate a better road education for our children and for the public in general. There's different activities that we're implementing in order to improve road safety in our country. We have signaled, I believe that's the word, we have signaled or improved the signaling of more than 1,200 kilometers of roads in our country. We know this is very important as it is signaling that the language of all drivers. We are also trying to thrust to promote the use of alternative mediums of transportation, such as the bicycle. We have already constructed or made more than 166 kilometers of bike lanes. We know this is something that needs to be done as well with a better culture from all of the drivers. We're also implementing different strategies in order to improve this education and this culture that all drivers have when they drive on the road. Thank you very much for being here. Please feel very welcome. I've heard a lot of comments that you have received a warm welcome. Please tell us if there's anything else we can do to make you feel better. Thank you.
So I'll also like to extend a very warm welcome to the 8th Global Alliance meeting here in El Salvador. I think we can all agree that we have received a very, very warm welcome, and thank you very much for that. I have also seen a lot of smiling faces and hugs and old friends meeting up and new friendships being made, big smiles all over. It's been such a delight. And I've seen people being inspired by meeting each other. I've seen you being invigorated after many, many months of Zoom meetings. And I'm very sure that you're returning back home re-energized to continue your work. So all this is what a global meeting is about. But it's also about a lot more. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about why we're here and why this is going to be a milestone event. So why we are here is because of the global plan. The global plan has made it very clear for each of us stakeholders what our role is. And there's a target of 50% reduction, and the global plan outlines each of our roles in reaching that target. And the role for us NGOs is to hold our governments to account. So this accountability, what is it? And how do we advocate for actions for 50% reduction? And what are the actions that we should advocate for? Well, there is a target, but the actions are missing. And that's where we come in as NGOs, because that's what we need to push for. So we have a lot of friends in academia who have helped us outlining what evidence is there, and that's what we need to look to. And if we look to many of the actions that you are pushing for in the implementation that you are pushing for in your countries, 30 kilometers an hour, lower speed limits, pedestrian facilities, light infrastructure, helmets, that's what's evidence shows us to do. And like it says in the El Salvador Declaration that we're going to launch a little bit later today, we need to push for evidence. We need to push for governments to put the money behind the evidence, and then they need to involve us NGOs. The other part was why this is a milestone. And it is because of you NGOs, and us, the Alliance, you and us. Our role today and our role in the future. So later today, we're going to launch an accountability toolkit. And that's NGOs delivering. That's NGOs delivering what the global plan have assigned us to do. A year ago, at our 7th global meeting in Budapest, I declared this decade of action as the decade of action for civil society, for us NGOs. And I still mean that because we have an enormous power. And we need to use that power. We need to use it to create a demand for safer roads, because all of the road systems are built for people to live, to go to work on, to go to education, to get an education. It's not built for us to be killed on it. So we need to create that demand for safer roads. We also need to share the knowledge that is out there, the evidence is out there for what needs to be done, and then we need to hold governments to account. And together we can do that, as Etienne said. So I'll end this by thanking a lot of people here, our host, the El Salvadorian authorities, Minister Rodriguez, Minister Reyes, Vice Minister Reyes, our friends from the WHO, Dr. Krug, and Dr. Buones, Director Badi from FONAT. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. And I think not only is the weather warm here, but I think we have also received such a warm welcome that sets the bar very high for future countries to host us, because now we're used to this. I also would like to thank our sponsors, to FedEx, to Michelin, to Total Energies Foundation for your sponsorship and your help for getting us here and making this possible. And then I'd like to thank our meeting partners, Vanessa Rubio. Thank you so much for, if everyone was like Vanessa, I think the world would be a very different place. That activity level. But also WHO, who has helped us and are sponsoring this event, and a lot of you who have put your time and effort into trainings yesterday, workshops yesterday, speaking today. Thank you very much for that. And then I'd like to thank you members. We're 321 members in our group now, 101 countries, and we're growing. The work that you do every single day is what matters, and a big thank you for that. And then lastly, I'd like to thank my team, because that's such a wonderful team. I think you all agree on that. And your ambitions and your ability to set the bar so high for what the Alliance can and will do, that's what makes the difference. Thank you very much for that.
What an incredible story of going from strength to strength. Well, during February, the Alliance held a consultation process with members, and that was to receive inputs to update the regional calls to action and towards the NGO El Salvador Declaration. So I am going to invite the board members of the Alliance to come and share that with you. So it's my privilege and pleasure to invite Prerana Aurora, Rajni Gandhi, Simon Kololo, Kulan Kesimani, and Vivian Peroni to the stage to present the Global Alliance NGO Declaration.
San Salvador NGO Declaration. Every person must be guaranteed safe, affordable, accessible, and sustainable mobility. It ensures access to education, work, and the choices that enable any individual to achieve their maximum potential, leaving no one behind. This is fundamental to creating a thriving society. Safe mobility is our right.
Our call to action. We call on our governments to act for people's right to safe mobility and a 50% reduction in road deaths and injuries by 2030. We demand
evidence-based actions, prioritize interventions that have been proven to save lives and reduce injuries, starting with 30 kilometers per hour speed limits or lower where people walk, cycle, live, and play. Lower speed limits, pedestrian facilities, traffic calming, and comprehensive motorcycle helmets law backed with enforcement and promotion, and incorporating other evidence-based interventions identified at the local and regional levels.
Transparent and accountable investment to make mobility safe. Demonstrate accountability through specific funding allocation that incorporates safety in its core and includes implementation of life and injury saving interventions listed above, based on evidence and impact, and through transparent public reporting that includes sources, funding, and specific amounts.
NGO involvement in decision-making processes. Work with NGOs and communities, enabling an environment where civil society and government can work together effectively so that evidence-based road safety decisions that save lives and injuries are made at every level of government.
Thank you to the Board of Directors. It's great to have people who share all of your passion sitting on that board. It's now our opportunity to invite Alfredo Alvaro, the National Director of Transit, and Gerardo Gomez, a local artist, to join me on the stage and to reveal the piece of artwork that has been prepared for UN Global Road Safety Week. So that's what's under this sheet over here, which you may have all been looking for. So if you'd like to come and join me, Gerardo Gomez is a Salvadorian artist who works in an incredibly expressive way. He creates not only to convey beauty, but also to challenge and to confront social issues. So this piece represents perspectives of Alliance members and will be used in the run-up to UN Road Safety Week. Excellent, thank you. I'd now like to welcome Paula Bardi to the stage. Paula is the Executive Director of FONAT in El Salvador. No. Okay, that's... just move on to that. Okay, so in the past year, the Alliance has been working on a set of practical tools that will support civil society as it works to advocate for road safety, evidence-based interventions, and Lotta is going to come back to the stage to share the Alliance's latest developments in that respect.
We have a few slides to show. But before they get on, let me just give you a little bit of background, because we in the Alliance have been talking about accountability for a long time. I think you recognize that. We started talking about it in Sweden when we did our survey for victims, and has sort of continued, and then it's now in the global plan. And we have seen over the years that many NGOs have really struggled with this concept. What is it? Who's accountable? And what are they accountable for? So when the global plan mandated us to play a role in holding governments to account, we received our marching order, so we better do what we're told to do. And today I'm very, very proud to launch the Alliance Accountability Toolkit. This has been underway, as Dan said, for more than a year. It's been a lot of work from us in the Secretariat, but also with heavy involvement of specialists from our community, our members who have helped. So I'm very proud to launch that today. We have turned a rather abstract concept into tangible steps. It's a practical web-based tool that empower NGOs to hold their governments to account to the 50% reduction in fatalities and serious injuries by 2030. So what you see here is it consists of 5 steps, and through specific questions, you build a kit as an NGO for your advocacy. It's sort of a recipe for your advocacy. And through those steps, you scrutinize the status of your government's road safety response, you prioritize interventions, you define areas to advocate for, and then you prepare or build your arguments for through talking points for when you're meeting with your government, and then you track the progress. We're planning to roll it out. We have a 2-day introduction here, Thursday, Friday, for the NGOs who are here. We're building on that with further introductions to the rest of our community as we move ahead. So we want to further push the uptake. So the next slide shows, I talked about 5 interventions, talks about 5 priority interventions that we are focusing on. So if we look, and I said that before, there's a big body of literature that our academic friends have helped us with, but we have also found that our NGOs found it difficult to navigate in this big body of literature and figure out exactly what really contributes to the 50% reduction, because we all have a genuine interest in reducing fatalities, but what are the most efficient way to do that? So through desk reviews, we assessed almost every literature that's out there, all the green manuals that WHO have issued, all the work that has been done with the Save Life packages, the targets, all the literature which is out there that that other people have done. And we listed 20 interventions. And those 20 interventions we gave out to the members, we put them out to members, and we said, in which areas, or could you help us identify areas where NGOs have demonstrated that advocacy can actually be successful? So the 5 interventions that you see here on the screen are the 5 priority interventions. So just go back. So it's a lower speed, it's 30 kilometers an hour and lower speed. It's pedestrian facilities, it's helmet wearing, and it's light infrastructure. So those 5 are the ones we are going to push for. Our hope with this toolkit is that NGOs are the eyes, the ears, the voice, and the conscience of the communities. And these NGOs, we hope, will be much more efficient in their work and recognized for their role in holding their governments to account. And then the toolkit, we also hope that that will lead to greater transparency and to increased investment, increased actions, and increased implementation. Thank you very much. The next session will talk much more in depth about these interventions, and I'll hand it over to Chika.
Great. As Lotte says, this marks a moment of sort of transition in proceedings today as we move into one of our first panel sessions. We're going to start with in our first session, which is Evidence-Based Solutions in Practice, the Safe System to 50% Reduction, which is going to discuss and explore evidence-based solutions at national and local levels to reduce road deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030. So, would you please welcome to the stage Chika Sakashita, Director of Research and Accountability at the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety, who is going to facilitate the session. And she is going to be joined by panelists Saul Castelar, who's a Senior Transport Specialist, Etienne Krug, who we've already heard from the World Health Organization, Saul Alvejano, Safe System Coordinator in Guadalajara, Mexico, and finally, Soames Job, CEO and Principal of Global Road Safety Solutions. If you will have any questions, would you please write them down on a piece of paper? If you're in the room, our volunteers will collect those questions and ensure that they get passed to Chika, who will be facilitating the panel. For those of you who are joining us online, then you can introduce your questions in the chat, and those will make their way to the team in the room as well. So in order just to make sure that our Q&A is as dynamic as possible, please make sure that you pose concrete questions, and if you can, specify which members of the panel that you would like to address those questions to. Chika, over to you.
Thank you, Dan. And welcome, everyone. I'm so excited to see you all here. Lotte has unwrapped the box, and it's like Christmas. So in this session, we're going to be taking a look at what's inside this box, what's inside this toolkit, and get familiar with it. So we have a very exciting panel today, 4 road safety experts. We have Saul Castella from El Salvador, Senior Transport Specialist, Etienne Krug from WHO, Saul Aviano from Mexico, Road Safety Director, Ministry of Transport, and Soames Job, CEO of Global Road Safety Solutions. They all come from different backgrounds, so I'm going to take advantage of that and ask different questions to the panelists that I've especially prepared for you. Before I start, well, I'll let you know how this session will run. I'll ask the questions in 2 rounds, and you will have up to 5 minutes to answer the questions each round, and then at the end, we'll take some questions from the audience. So before I start asking the questions, I want to set a context. So we've heard the global plan and the SDG 3.6 target of reducing deaths and injuries by at least 50% by 2030. We have today, as of today, 2,855 days left to reach that target. So what is the surest and the fastest way to get there? That's implementing evidence-based interventions. We've heard from our board of directors of the calls to action from our NGOs, evidence-based action, investment in evidence-based actions, and meaning involvement of NGOs in decision-making process for evidence-based actions. So the latter two, the investment and involvement, they are for evidence-based actions. So evidence-based actions sit at the core in everything that we do. That's a fundamental accountability for all road safety professionals here, including NGOs. So come 2030, we don't want to be saying, oh, we're not going to reach the target, like we did in 2020. Come 2030, we want to be talking about this government implemented this evidence-based intervention, that evidence-based intervention, and that government implemented this evidence-based and that evidence, and so on, and so on. So in the accountability toolkit, we bring your attention to 5 specific evidence-based interventions, the Alliance Priority Interventions. They're all based on solid evidence that they reduce deaths and injuries, and they're highly recommended by the International Best Practice Guides. And of course, there are many other evidence-based interventions, but why are we focusing on these 5? Well, first of all, they commonly focus on protecting pedestrians, cyclists, and motorcyclists, those who are most vulnerable to being killed and being injured on the roads in a road crash. They're also commonly focused on managing speed, which research shows reduces the most number of deaths. 3, it builds on, we've heard from our members in our member survey that they are top priorities in their countries. And 4, we're building on our latest campaigns in Love 30 and Streets for Life. And 5, they promote and support other SDGs and sustainable transport. So why the intervention level advocacy, I want to highlight this because often we achieve more by advocating for specific interventions than doing a general call or talking about multiple interventions. Why? Because when we're focusing on a specific intervention, it makes the budget needs clearer. It makes the spending and the allocation of resources more transparent. It allows for more concrete planning. It allows for easier monitoring of the implementation. And it allows us to measure and demonstrate results easier, thereby building the community demand and political will for evidence-based interventions, the solutions to address the road safety problem. So I want to start with Etienne, the first question. So you're from the WHO, and WHO has been a leading voice for road safety and evidence-based solutions. And you and your team have been a strong force behind the global plan, the guiding document for this decade. I want to hear from you, so in the context of the global plan, why these 5 interventions, 30K zones, lower speed limits, pedestrian facilities, traffic calming measures, and motorcycle helmet law enforcement and promotion? Why are these 5 interventions good priorities for NGOs to advocate?
Thanks so much, Chita, for the question. Before I respond, and I feel a little bit bad doing this, but I can't help it. It is International Women's Day today, and here we are, 4 men on a panel. This meeting is perfectly organized, and I don't want to disorganize anything, but I'd like to invite 1 or 2 of the women in the room to join us here, if that's okay. We have so many leaders, women leaders in the room. I'm sure 1 or 2 of you, and I know you're not so prepared to do it, but please, if 1 or 2 could join us, I would feel more comfortable sitting here, and you can have my seat, I'll sit on a chair. Please. Yes. Or Bella, or Awa, or I don't know. There's so many of you, I don't want to give names because everybody could join us. All right, great. We'll take a chair. Can you help us grab a chair or something? Take my seat. Voila. Perfect. Great. So, sorry for messing up this well-prepared panel, but I'm sure you'll manage.
I feel more comfortable with
Great.
the ladies.
Good. Now, to answer your question, I am so happy to see that list of interventions that was proposed. Because I'll be honest with you, there is a whole debate going on between focusing on specific issues or adopting the full systems approach. And I'm all in favor of the systems approach. It is so important to focus on all aspects of that system. Otherwise, we will not have a long-lasting effect. We need to build up, bottom up, a whole system of road safety with lead agencies, national plans, financing for those national plans, and interventions on so many of the different aspects of the system. At the same time, it takes a huge amount of time to build such a whole system up from scratch almost in some countries. And so if we are going to achieve a 50% reduction, we cannot wait to have a national plan, a lead agency, all the funding and so on in place. While we work on that, we also need to focus on some of these specific interventions. And what is it that can relatively quickly make a difference? It is legislation on some of the big risk factors, and speed, as Soames has hammered on my head for years, is the key one. So I was happy to see speed in there. The 30 kilometers per hour is a very specific subset of that. Quick wins in infrastructure, etc. The helmets. Nothing is quick in road safety, and nothing is easy, as you all know, because you are lobbying day after day to get a law changed. And as we've seen in Mexico, it took, I don't know how many years, but many years to get it changed. But at the same time, these are among the fastest things. And when it happens, and when it is enforced, I remember in Vietnam, when the legislation was adopted, after 20 years of lobbying, from one day to another, we saw helmets on people's head, and we saw reductions in deaths. So focusing on those specific interventions, I think, is key if we are to achieve the target of a 50% reduction. That does not mean focusing only on that. We're also focusing on building up the system at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Etienne. And that sort of segues really nicely to the next question I have for Saul from Mexico. You have worked as an NGO and in government. And so from your direct experience working with government and in government and your observations, and maybe not just specifically in Mexico, but even from your observations of the Latin America region, how hungry are the governments to do road safety, and how aware are they that these actions ought to be evidence-based?
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to begin with good news, and not a bad news, but a big opportunity. The big good news is that in 2005, many of our countries, especially in Latin America, we're not discussing about road safety. You know, it was, deaths and serious injuries was something that happened. It was always blamed on road users. But, and the solution back there, and maybe 60 years ago, it was only to, educate road users on how to use the road, how to cross a street, and because that was the comfort zone. The big opportunity is that we are now, in the second decade of action. Many countries have taken this agenda. However, there's a big difference between the big cities and the mid-sized cities and the small cities or the rural areas, where knowledge and capacity has been consolidating in the big cities. But in the mid-sized cities and the rural areas, we still have the trend or the tendency to just do nothing because they have no capacity, they have no budget. Now, what I would say is, it is the role of the NGOs here to keep the road safety agenda, to keep growing in the low and middle income countries. Because I do believe that there are many, many people that want to create change. I was saying yesterday that in most of the cases right now in Mexico, it has been NGOs or activists who have now been taking decision-making positions who are making these changes. So if you have that chance, take it, because then it'll be your responsibility to start making the changes that we want to see out there. However, we cannot wait until that happens. So yes, keep pushing, because there are good people out there on government. As Chica mentioned, I was part of the NGO, and now I'm a public official. And when I was in the NGO, I was always trying to make things happen. And now that I can, it is my responsibility, a huge one, to make it happen. So that would be my answer. I don't know if I was clear enough.
No, that's really good, and I'm glad that you highlight this government accountability in what you're saying and what NGOs can do. The tool number one was Alliance Priority Interventions. Tool number two, accountability checklist. It's designed to allow NGOs to find out what government is doing and what government is not doing, and identify opportunities and gaps. Are there certain policy levers or local data that the NGOs can leverage to push and support governments to implement evidence-based interventions? And so one of the ways that NGOs can meaningfully engage government is to bring the solutions to them. A list of recommended actions. This is what you need to do in order to reduce deaths and injuries in your country. So I want to come to Saul from El Salvador now. And you've worked in government, so we're all eager to hear from you too. If an NGO came to you with a specific list of recommended actions to reduce deaths and injuries in El Salvador, will you find that helpful? And what are some other ways that NGOs can help government?
Certainly. I mean, we as government officials are always concerned with various problems at the same time. And sometimes your budget is small and your range of action varies. For example, in our country, our government authorities from the Vice Ministry, they're involved with public transportation, road safety, traffic at the same time. So having any kind of help from NGOs that can narrow our focus and help us align ourselves with regards to what really works in matter of road safety, it's definitely useful. I also think that it's not only about getting authorities a list, it's a matter of following up and a matter of promoting also the need that government have to pursue certain things that actually work. So there's definitely a big opportunity. It's been shown all over the region that the results that have been achieved where things have been actually successful have required the participation of civil society and an integrated work that has not just come in many cases from the government, but basically from these coordinated actions. So that's where I believe there's a big opportunity in the region for our NGOs to promote and push and demand that change happens.
Yes, and I think the accountability checklist actually covers the coordination mechanism and so on, so I'm glad you bring that up. So when you complete this accountability checklist, it helps you prioritize and define what is it exactly that the government should do in your country. And so the tool number 3 is the government to-do list. It's been designed so that you as NGOs, what you find through the accountability checklist, with the help of the accountability checklist and other resources that you have, what are the specific actions that they need to do, the government to-do list. And so now that you have that to-do list, the next step is engaging that government official and communicating in a way that compels them to act on your to-do list that you're giving to them. So this is one of the vital ways of engaging, meaningfully engaging with your decision makers, is involving yourself in the decision-making process. And I think one of the vital skills that NGOs ought to have and should keep on honing is the skill of this art of persuasion. And so this is where I want to come to Soames, because you have worked in government, influencing your ministers. You have also worked outside a government as a global lead for road safety as a consultant, and moved and persuaded government to move to implement evidence-based interventions from high-income countries to low-middle-income countries. So I want to ask you, what are some of the arguments that you found successful in moving the governments to implement evidence-based interventions?
Yeah, thanks, Tika. Let me start by saying what a great 5 interventions you've chosen. I think they're highly defensible, and that matters as a message. It means that the evidence is there to defend pushing these. I think when we think about the kind of message we need to give to governments and very specific people we get to meet with in governments to influence road safety, well, I'd start with this. People come into those positions and come into road safety with a huge amount of baggage. And that baggage is generally profoundly misleading. So we all come in having driven, having been passengers in cars since we were children. And part of the experience we have of that is that you can speed and not kill yourself. And everyone who's had the experience of speeding and killing themselves is not in one of those positions. They're dead. So no one has that experience. And so a lot of people come into it thinking, well, speeding's safe. I speed a lot. I haven't killed anyone. What are you talking about? So I think one of the things we need to do is demonstrate the evidence that speeding is incredibly dangerous and that lower speeds will help hugely. And we do need to say to people, look, your personal experience just isn't going to cut it here, because we have data from hundreds of countries. We have data from what amounts to millions and millions and millions of people's experience of speeding, not speeding in these data. You are one person, And in fact, if you work out your probability of killing someone, even in a country with a very high death rate, it's incredibly low per year. So you have to drive for about 500 years to be able to tell the difference between speeding and not speeding. That's a message I give people. I think that people also come in with a few other pieces of baggage which are often promoted to them by vested interests. Another critical one is that higher speed is better for the economy of the country. And that is a huge mistake. In fact, the evidence is now very good that low speed is better for the economy. But one of the reasons we get this misinformation is that almost all traffic engineering is not about... It's interesting to me that we have thousands of traffic engineers working in road safety, and there's no such thing as a pedestrian engineer, is there? No such thing. We should create a term, pedestrian engineer, but we don't have it. And I think part of what happens, therefore, is traffic engineers focus on traffic speed, traffic flow, and on a little bit of safety if they can squeeze it in somewhere. And so what they measure is journey time and how many milliseconds of time for hundreds of thousands of people they can save by getting the traffic to go a little bit faster. And that gives everyone the impression that higher speed is better for the economy because they leave out all of the critical costs of high speed, which are huge increases in crash costs, which are gigantic, huge increases in the health consequences of noise pollution and air pollution, which are massively underestimated and misunderstood. And the worst of those is road noise. So the World Health Organization Regional Commission for Europe has estimated that more people die in Europe now from the noise generated by roads than die from the crashes. It's a stunning number. So there are all of these other costs that get left out of that economic equation because we're so focused on travel time. So I think we need to get that across very strongly, that actually you're going to grow your economy. And the data for that is very good. So, for example, we know that on average in Africa, low and middle income countries lose 10% of their GDP to the cost of crashes every year. 10%. We also know that if countries halved the deaths, i.e. met the global target, their long-term economic growth would improve substantially. Substantially. So lots of low and middle income countries want to become high income countries before they do road safety. It's actually the other way around. Do road safety, you become a high income country faster because you'll save so much cost. And speed is one of the most fundamental ways to achieve that. So the 30K, the lower speeds, and the traffic calming on the roads are fantastic key opportunities for this, which we can defend with really good messages to government about pushing it along.
Thank you, Soames. That's really helpful. And that brings to the tool number 4 that we have, the NGO talking points. And we've really condensed the evidence out there into digestible, persuasive argument points. And we have included why speed is dangerous and why we need to focus on that, but also the economic benefits. So we hope that these NGO talking points that we have developed for the 5 specific interventions are going to be helpful in building your business case, the business case that for the government, why they need to implement these interventions. The beauty of all these tools is that we've built this toolkit in a way that allows you to tailor it to your own context. You know your government officials best. You know what grabs their heart and minds, and so add them into your own talking points so that what you bring to your government, how you communicate with them, that they stay as relevant as possible for that person that you're speaking with. So I want to now zone in on the safe system approach. So I think everyone here has heard of this concept. And the global plan also calls for a safe system approach. It really highlights 4 key principles. And one, of course, that they reduce, that the safe system approach must focus on reducing deaths and serious injuries. Second, that our human bodies are fragile, and so we can't survive the force of crash that's created by the kinetic energy of speed. And so we must build a system to protect us from that crash force created by the energy of speed. And then third, that we're all humans, we all make mistakes. But the safe system approach tells us that we shouldn't die because of it. We shouldn't be seriously injured because of our mistakes when we are involved in a crash. And all the more, we must build a system that will protect us when we make mistakes. And number 4, this is where I really want to emphasize, it represents an accountability shift from this traditional perception of road safety being the road user responsibility to the responsibility of the system designers, the operators, and the regulators, i.e. the government. The government must protect the road users from being killed or seriously injured when we're using a road transport system. So this is now where I want to come back to Etienne.
I know Awa's been doing a lot on this in Africa. Perhaps we could start with Awa.
Okay, yeah. Put you on the
safe
spot.
system and the advocacy in Africa.
Soames, I was asking, what's the question?
Oh, I was just thinking, I know you've done a lot on safe system and advocating on speeds in Africa, so I was wondering if you could share a few of your experiences on how that's gone, because it is challenging in Africa.
Yes, it's really challenging, and from my NGO perspective and now in the Road Safety Agency, National One, we have made many steps ahead on safe system into brackets, because we are still struggling with having infrastructure respecting the international standards for safety. And from my side in Senegal, we have a road safety, road building agency that is really aware of that. And more the roads are integrating this safe system, and it was a big fight for that. And now we have a new road safety agency, and 30 kilometers per hour measures on speed you were talking about are now, after the NGO fight, advocacy for more than 10 years, with the help of the Global Alliance, AMEND, and others, all the NGOs here, it's now mandatory. It's a law, and around all schools and living places will have 30 kilometers per hour. That we think could save many lives, children's lives, and mothers who are going every day to take their children at school, or go to the church, to the mosques, and even to the markets. And public transport is evolving, and we have a BRT that is dedicated lines for buses that will help a lot reducing traffic jams, but as well security, because people usually go from the suburbs, very far from the city town, every day to go to work and to come back to work. And it will help reduce with a new system of transport, and we hope it will be safe because it's on dedicated lines. And there's another train that is TER, Regional Express Train, and all that measures can be integrated in the safe system. A safe transport that include pedestrian, that include vulnerable road users. So we are on the way. We can say that we are in a safe system, but we are on the way, and we do hope with the help of everybody here, WHO, because we had a big congress last week with institutions, with WHO and the government of Senegal, really to work on data, to have evidence-based measures, and which could be impactful on road safety and saving lives in our countries, in Africa and others. Thank you.
This movement, because I represent India, And in India also, safe system approach is now been introduced by the government of India itself. And I work with the World Bank and ADB projects, which is running by the government of states in India. And all the projects have the safe system components now. And they have used the evidence-based actions to redesign the roads. And of course, we do have India RAP and the India CAP, and CAP also we are introducing in India. So now government is thinking on, and of course the NGOs community in India is very strong. We have Harpreet, Rajni, 3 are here already. But we do have a lot of NGOs there who actually works with the governments at state level and national and local level and promoting the demanding the rights for pedestrian basically and motorcyclists, because these two targets contribute 80% of the road crash injuries and deaths across the country. So now safe system is, and government of India is also thinking on the last mile connectivity, so that from start to home and reaching to wherever. But our children are dying on roads every day, like 30 children are dying on roads on Indian every day. So it is a big concern for us. And through the Alliance Incubator Program, we are able to enable to reach to the, implement that 25 kmph law nearby the schools. We do have law in India since 2017, but it is not implemented or enforced anywhere. So through Alliance Advocacy Project, we actually have succeeded in, I think, 7 or 8 states. We have already get the notification done, and police is enforcing that and working on safe school zones. So through Alliance, we actually working a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Pirana and Nawa. So I think that you've kind of answered slightly the questions that I was going to ask Etienne too, but I want to hear from you to remind us, in the context of the global plan, who ensures government accountability?
That is important. So in the context of the global plan, what?
Who ensures government accountability?
It's a great question. Ideally, governments would have systems in place to hold themselves accountable, but we know it often is not the case. So this is where the NGO community comes in and has a big role to play. So I would encourage all of you to take on that role. You can probably not ensure, but you can certainly contribute to making sure your government is accountable. And you're not alone. I would work with journalists and make sure they are understanding the importance of the issue and they communicate about it. And you can, of course, feed them information about the progress or lack thereof in your country. We will also be publishing from the WHO side the next global status report on road safety, which some of you may know. It's a snapshot country by country that we do every 3-4 years to show progress on many of the different aspects of the global plans. We encourage you to use that. If you work with us, we could very well time so that when the report is released, 2 or 3 months later, you do make a little snapshot of your country data, the good aspects and progress, but also the gaps, comparing it to neighboring countries or similarly developed countries. So I see a big role for NGOs in holding governments accountable.
Yeah, and I think that's quite right. And this is how Awa and Pirana and every one of you are succeeding. You are holding your governments to account. And one of the last tool number 5 in the accountability toolkit, it's called the Advocacy and Accountability Tracker. It facilitates NGOs to keep track of what's happening in response to your advocacy. So, and that's what keeping good records of what you're doing and how the governments are responding to your asks. That's one of the ways that we can hold our governments to account, and following up with them, as you have said. Yes?
Can I just come back on one very specific little point?
Yeah.
Some of you may know, but the French government holds itself accountable quite well. Every month, it does publish and gets a press release and press conference on the number of deaths during that month. So at the end of the month, there is a press release saying in this month compared to the same month last year, we had so many deaths, and it is an increase or it is a decrease of so many percent. And this might be a nice idea for all of you to try to encourage your own country to replicate. Just come out on a monthly basis with the numbers and compare it and say if it is progress or it is not progress. It's good for accountability, it's good for communications, it's good to keep the issue in the spotlight, and in the end, if there are decent enough statistics, it's not such a complicated thing to do.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. And in fact, in the accountability checklist, one of the things that we guide you to ask and find out is there an incremental or interim target? Are we on track? So we're not just talking about 50% for the decade. You need to know what are you going to achieve by the end of this year, what are you going to achieve by the end of next year, and so on. And so they're the kind of things that we need to find out. So thanks for reminding us of the importance of that. So one of the ways that government accountability can also be demonstrated is how the money is spent. So we want to grow the money, but let's talk about the money that we do have, because I think it's limited and we want to make the best use of it, right? But we're not necessarily seeing that money that is limited being spent on the right things. So we have a pot of money, let's define a set of money. We can put it in the basket of evidence-based interventions, so to implement 30K zones, lower speed limits, pedestrian facilities, traffic calming measures, and motorcycle helmet law enforcement and promotion. Or we can put it in the basket of these things that sound and feel appealing, but they don't actually have the evidence that they work to reduce deaths and injuries. So we've got the target of the 50% reduction by 2030. We have a choice. Which basket are we going to choose? So I want to come to Saul from Mexico. And you can be frank, this is NGOs. So where do the governments lean towards in this choice of evidence-based basket or not?
So the bad news is that there's a very common trend to use old solutions to solve, the problems that we have on road safety right now. So we have to make decision makers shift their mindset in order to start making these interventions with evidence-based, because as I said before, people tend to go to their comfort zone. And the comfort zone has been always, and some was saying, to blame the victims. It's easier to do that instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to be responsible, I'm going to do this intervention so that we can shift things. And once again, this is mainly because in the common knowledge, and you can ask people, walking, and people driving cars, people driving motorcycles, they say, no. In my city, the road culture, or cultura vial, as they say in Spanish, is the main problem. So, no. What you're doing with traffic calming, it will not function. It will not solve the problem, because what you need to do is work on changing people's behavior. And I don't know if there's any psychologist here, but changing people's behavior, yeah? All right. So it's one of the most difficult things to do. I know my dad's a psychologist. He couldn't change my behavior, but it is often the most comfortable zone, to go back and say, we need to educate road users instead of doing interventions to save lives.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and thank you. And but I think also, like psychologists, it's also about how you can motivate. And I think there's some elements in psychology that we can use if you come from a psychology background. How do you get them to? We want to motivate the governments. We all talk about this political will. So I want to ask you, Saul from El Salvador, too, about this choice that we have. What is the right choice for government? And do you think that the NGOs can help government to make the right choice and carry through that choice?
I think NGOs are primordial and vital in order to make the right decisions. And I want to go back to the topic of motivation. I mean, I was watching yesterday to get prepared for this presentation, a presentation by Soms, that he ended by saying there's enough knowledge, but it's not a problem about knowledge, it's a problem about motivation. And from my experience in the government, I mean, there's basically three things that motivate decision makers. They either think in terms of votes, they think in terms of money, how much money something can save them or make. And then there's also a personal motivation that some people might have because they think that this topic is personal and then that drives them, but that's very few times you find people that are thinking from this emotional perspective, from a personal basis. But votes and money are certainly in the minds of most of the people making decisions. And so NGOs can help derive or direct the behavior of these decision makers with regards to these two elements. I think votes, of course, are something that is important for them, and certainly where money is going to be or what money is going to be made, it's also something that can be useful. So the role that NGOs can play in leading what agencies are going to do, it's definitely way more important than we might think sometimes. And again, I go back to the experience that I've seen in other countries where things have worked. It's sometimes, or many times, it's one person from an NGO that has had the vision and has insisted and has finally achieved the attention and has finally gathered the attention of decision makers and have made a change. So this is where we need to strive for, and that's why I agree with what's been said. We cannot neglect the importance that we have. If we're to reach our goal for 2030, I think more than the government is going to start here with the NGOs at social society.
Yeah, and we experience change of government a lot, but the NGOs, we're here. You know, we don't have change of NGOs. We're here, so we can push on. So the safe system, building a truly safe system is a long journey. But taking a safe system approach, we can do that now. So, Somes, you've been a strong, long-time advocate for a safe system. So I want to hear from you, are these 5 interventions that in the Alliance Priority Interventions, do they demonstrate a safe system approach? And do they put us on the right track towards building a safe system and reducing deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030?
Yeah, I think there are 5 great choices for doing exactly that. Let me just go back and connect what Sal and Sal have been saying, that, you know, part of the challenge with getting people to do these is the motivations around votes and the motivations around money and the popularity of common belief or common misbelief or misunderstanding. And so that's often why, for a government, the motivation is to, you know, educate 5-year-olds about road rules as though that's going to do any good, you know, 15 years later when they've utterly forgotten it all and they become a driver, or in the meantime. You can't cross a road thinking about road rules. You've got to cross a road thinking about what will this lunatic do next, not what should they do. So we are misguiding people. And why? Well, the motivation is everyone else thinks that'll work, so if I want to be popular, I'll do that rubbish, and that's really cheap rubbish. So, and so I think we do need to counter that motivation and the particular things it drives. One of the great ways to do that is to provide alternatives, and these 5 are good, safe system alternatives. The centre of safe system is speed, because the safe system principle is people will always make mistakes. The human body is vulnerable to force. So if the force in the crash is too great, you'll die or you'll be disabled. If we want to fix that, we've got to reduce the forces in crashes, because we will not fix it by getting people to behave perfectly and not have crashes. So if we're going to do that, then the biggest determiner of force in a crash is speed. It's also one of the major determinants of crashes happening. But because force in the crash is equal to mass times speed squared, Speed is the biggest determiner. So every little bit of speed we get down gets the force in the crash down by the square of that reduction. So it's a huge effect. So all those things on speed are critical. I think that we do need to be pushing very hard 30k for vulnerable road users. And we must, while the evidence is very good that lowering speeds will improve behaviour and lowering speed limits will reduce speeds, a lot of people come in with that baggage that says, but people are still driving above the speed limit. So lowering the speed limit won't do any good. But it does, because people mostly choose a certain kind of fudge level above it. They drive to the speed limit, or they go, the speed limit's this, I'll drive 5k above that. Now, that might be the reality, but if you lower the speed limit, they'll still drive 5k above that. You still get the benefit. So we shouldn't let that kind of baggage fool us into thinking that lower speed limits don't work. But combining those with the infrastructure treatments like the roundabouts, the speed humps, the rumble strips, etc., the raised platform crossings, which, as Awa mentioned, you actually see those in Dakar and Senegal is one of the few places in Africa where you regularly see speed humps just before a pedestrian crossing. That's the kind of infrastructure combined with speed limits that's highlighted in these 5 that really drives safe system where you need it in the most cost-effective way. That is going to be far less costly than all of the other ways you could do it. And then, I'm so frustrated about motorcycle helmets. Every country you go to, you talk to the police or the head of police or the minister responsible or the Ministry of Interior and say, so what are you doing about helmet wear? Oh, we enforce it really well. Come out and stand in front of your office with me for a minute. There. 1 person wearing, 5 not wearing, 1 person wearing, 3 not wearing, 1 person. You're not enforcing it because blind Freddie can see that you could enforce that a lot better than, it's not like finding espionage or finding burglary in the middle of the night. It's really obvious you're not wearing a helmet. So why is that not being done in your country? And I think that's a message we as NGOs can be pushing pretty hard, that this is not a difficult one to enforce. In fact, it's probably the easiest thing. No technology required, no speed camera required, yet it's so poorly enforced. So I think that's one of the ways in which this works. And we know that motorcycles are vulnerable road users. Motorcycles are pedestrians going really, really fast in terms of safe system. So putting a helmet on them is a huge bonus towards reducing the forces which can kill them with head injuries. So it's a great safe system intervention, and really in almost every low-income country you go to, the wearing rate is really, really poor. By the way, I've got to say, every time I can't resist doing a survey, every time I'm here, it's about 99% in San Salvador. That's pretty good, isn't it? So congratulations to San Salvador on that. It's a really high helmet wearing rate here, but that's not very typical of Latin America. And my experience of Latin America is also when you get out into rural areas, the helmet wearing rate plummets compared with the capital city. So that's the kind of thing we've got to be driving as NGOs, because these are great safe system interventions.
Thank you, Soames. And in the Alliance Priority Interventions, the motorcycle helmet law, enforcement and promotion, these 3 elements are tightly knit together. And we can't just pick one of them and hope for the best. It needs to be together. And and we emphasize that in this toolkit. And I think when we talk about, we don't have the data to prove, but as Soames has sort of alluded to, we can all actually do this helmet wearing data collection easily from our car, or when you're riding a bus or something, and you can bring your own data to your governments to make your argument that no, actually people are not wearing motorcycle helmet. There is a law, but there are people not wearing. We need more enforcement. So I think, given that we brought you on the stage, I want to highlight that advocacy is a long-term journey, as we all know. We call for it, and it's not like tomorrow, bang, there's a change. We wish it was that way, but it never is. And it's also never a straight journey. Sometimes we're progressing, and then sometimes we diverge, and sometimes we regress, and so on. But you've had Awa in Senegal. You've had an amazing win recently on getting the 30K law for Dhaka, and it's a really great thing to have achieved, and you've been really behind it. And what I love about this Dhaka, this new law, is that it's not just about school zones. It's also, the law is telling us for villages, for churches, for mosques, and all these. Those are the kinds of places that we need 30K. It's not just school zones. Everywhere where you see pedestrians, cyclists, motorcyclists, we need 30K. So can you tell us a little bit about this journey that you have persisted throughout, and share all your efforts?
Oh, it has been a long journey. I have 22 years of road safety journey behind me. I started very, very young when I wasn't a student yet. And I remember that when I was going to the ministry, they would say, "Hey, young girl, what are you doing here?" And I was like, I want to talk about road safety. What is road safety? Get out of here. And now I'm happy that knowing all of them in the long journey of NGO, every director of transport, every minister, and having complained, having pushed for this article, this law article of 30 kilometers, we worked on for 10 years. And credibility is important for NGOs. Credibility is working hard on the field, on the ground. And you come with your data, you come with your achievements and say, hey, we did that. You should listen to us. We have some issues, we have solved some issues. So we are giving you what we can do. And as we say, we are small workers dedicated to the nation, and we must give hope. And it's a message I want to give. All together, we have hope of many countries, and mainly low and middle income countries, because the future of a generation is into our hands all together, not only NGOs, but governments, institutions. And this law, the last time I remember, it was, yes, one year ago, before it was taken to the parliament. Being friend with those guys is important, because the lawyer told me, hey, we are going to the parliament, can you have a last look? And on the last look, it was written 50 kilometers per hour, and we advocated for 30. And we changed this at the last time, because we could work all together. It's not easy, it's really not an easy way, but you must have some friends inside, and people who really believe in what you are doing, and what all your members are doing on the field. And yes, we are really proud of these 30 kilometers per hour, because government knows that we contributed. If it wasn't us, it would have been 50 kilometers per hour, and it will save lives, and it will save future of a whole generation that is dying silently on roads. And people won't say in 2030, where is our youth, where is our young people? They died on the road. So we are really happy contributing and giving hopes with the Alliance members, with all the hard work you're all doing. And special thanks to WHO for all it's doing, and all of you guys, and El Salvador welcoming us in this beautiful country. Thank you, Chica.
Amazing work. And I think that really highlights the long-term journey, but the relationship that you have built, and that's a key, the government NGO working relationship. And it's like any relationship, you have to build the trust. And I think the government to-do list, I hope that it's something that you can present it as a way that it's your willingness to help them. You want them to succeed. You want them to do the right thing. And so, they're one of the ways that we can build the trust. And the Alliance is also leading a research on enabling environment, and looking closely at the working relationship, partnering with the George Washington University. And we're excited to build on that work too. So Purana, India is a big continent, big population. There are so many challenges, I'm sure, in your political world. and you've got the motorcycle problem and so on. And so how do you navigate this really difficult terrain in India as an NGO? Okay.
Like I previously also said that I am working in road safety now from last 19 years. This is my 20th year, and I'm a crash survivor. I lost my brother. And when I met with an accident, I didn't know anything about the road safety. I was a final year student in my college. But after that, when it hit me that why it has happened, why, because my brother in Canada, he actually laughed on me, and that time I was completed my master's in public administration and bachelor's, and he asked me, do you have postgraduate degree and don't you know how to cross a road? And that line actually hit me every single day, because in India, we do not have a proper pedestrian facilities. Still 40% of people who are using roads are dying are pedestrians. So that actually, motivates me. And of course, we do have a diversity in our country. And it's a hugely populated country, and a lot of pedestrians are on road, but we do not have proper segregated lanes for even motorcyclists. That is a major 2 categories we have in that. So it's very hard for us. We started very early, but after the decade of action started in 2011, because I started in 2004, so I can say 10 years before decade and after 10 years. After 2011, even in 2015, when Brasilia Declaration happened, and our minister has joined that and signed that declaration, post Brasilia Declaration, actually there is a long leap India has taken up, and now government is more prone on road safety interventions. They listen to us when we go to them with the scientific evidence proofs. And of course, the alliance has actually helped us, because due to the alliance and coordinated efforts we receive from the global, and we enhance our own knowledge, and we can showcase the case studies and evidences to the local ministry and central government. It actually helped us a lot. And now government is very prone, but still challenges are there, because at the national level, government is prone, but at the local level, at the district level, still authorities do not aware about the safe system approach, or they think that don't talk about the Europe, it is India, we don't. That is a kind of, mentality people have. So we have to, and still I did my PhD in road safety. I recently submitted my PhD in road safety. I'm a first one in India who actually completed PhD in management of having topic of safe system approach. So I also evolved during this time. I studied a lot, I visited a lot, I met people like you, and I referred your World Bank's scientific evidence proof documents, WHO status reports, to actually do advocacy on ground with the Ministry of our own report. And that helped us, but still a long way to go. Lot of challenges are there. But this accountability kit I want to mention here, that alliance, from last 2-3 years, when we have already focused on the evidence based actions, and we designed our call to actions for regional level with having a regional perspective, discussing all the members, it actually helping us a lot at the ground level, because now government can relate with that document and evidences, because they are facing the problem. So there is a change, but long way to go. Yes.
Thank you, Parana. And I hope that this accountability checklist and the way that the toolkit has been designed in order to tailor it to your local context will help you bring that regional specificity into what you bring to your government. So do we have time for questions? I think, yeah. So we have, we can start with the people in the room, or a online participation. Yeah. I can't see. Oh, this is. Okay. So these are questions that we have from the online participants. Thank you. It's addressed to Saul from El Salvador. So in 2021, WHO report highlighted the importance of compulsory motor insurance for victims' protection. how can insurance play a critical role in road safety and address risky and reckless driving? That's the question.
Well, with regards to El Salvador, we have been working for a couple of years, and Paola is here, and she's been leading that effort in making traffic insurance compulsory for everybody driving. Again, this is a measure that we need in order to try to face the costs of accidents and these kinds of events. We rather have no accidents and rather work on preventing accidents from happening. Right now in the country, we don't have a compulsory insurance. That's something that we want. We've seen examples from Colombia, for instance, where this insurance has guaranteed that people that are involved in an accident receive a better kind of attention. And so in that regard, it can be useful because we can probably guarantee better services for people after the fact. Because we know that some of the things that we also need to work on in our country is this post-crash response and this post-crash attention that might not be the best that we're guaranteeing people. So we are working on that, but in my mind, we rather work on preventing these accidents from happening, and this is where I believe we need to focus. This is a pre-electoral year, so I don't think the compulsory insurance is going to happen. Again, the motivations we were talking about, and so other elements that we need to push for, like the helmets. I mean, we do have a high usage of helmets, but we conducted a study last year, and we realized that almost 70% of those people are not fastening their helmet, strapping it in the proper way, or many of the helmets out there are not certified. They're not really useful. I mean, the way our laws are right now, and I use this joke all the time, is that we can actually just cut a coconut in half, put it on our heads, and we would be complying with our law right now. So there's things that we still need to do for changing this, and definitely insurance is something that we're going to work on, but the measures from the toolkit that are going to prevent accidents from happening, I believe it's where we need to focus right now.
Thank you, So. And helmet standards is actually one of the things that we also highlight in our toolkit as part of the NGO talking points for the motorcycle helmet law. So it's and that this is why we in the NGO calls to action we say comprehensive, because it's not just about any motorcycle helmet that we're talking about. It needs to be proven that they meet the standard to protect from head injuries. So we have some more time for questions for the panelists or. Soames, did you want to add something?
I just want to add something on insurance, because I totally agree with you about, the role of insurance as a motivator of people is very small in reality. We can push along, but if you have a crash, it'll cost you more. But actually, that doesn't do a lot. But there are a few countries, including in this region, Brazil, where they've centralised the insurance, and now the split's 55-45, with government taking most of the money that's put in. So that one of the advantages of getting compulsory insurance is that it offers an avenue to get more funding into road safety, with a levy being added for government to go into road safety. So I think if for any countries that's looking at compulsory insurance, think very carefully about how can I get a levy in here that goes to government to fund good road safety. And I think that will add a lot of value to compulsory insurance for road safety.
Thank you, Soames. So we can take one question from the audience if you have any for the panelists. Yep. Go.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Thank you, everybody, for being here and for your input. I was wondering, what's the role of the NGOs, and how can we work from a private and public sector into helping education for pedestrians? Taking as an example the pandemic, obviously there's somebody that's vulnerable, but you protected people that were vulnerable, but also worked towards with a community and with the governments to make sure the rules helped to stop this horrible event. In the case of road safety, how does this take place? What are NGOs, and how can we contribute as a social society into helping education for pedestrians as well, while we work on the other plans. Thank you.
Anyone would like to take it?
Look, it's a great question. So a couple of things to say first. First, education generally doesn't work in road safety. However, you have wonderfully hit upon, I think, just about the only one where there is proof that educating children in how to cross the road actually changes their road crossing behaviour. And so what the evidence shows is, first, you've got to get the children at the right age. And one of the problems is people tend to start too early. And so if you start educating a 5-year-old how to cross the road, they're not capable of it. But what you do is you give them the impression that they are, and you give their parents the impression that someone else thinks they're capable of it, and then they'll get less supervision on the road by their parents. So we've got to be very careful not to do education at a time when you'll actually make road safety worse. But start around 8 to 10, and there is good evidence that school teachers taking children out on the road and showing them two things: how to cross the road and where is a safe location to cross the road, actually changes their subsequent behaviour. So you've hit upon one where there is a good evidence base for thinking this will work. I think we should always think about the system as well. So one of the ways that we can make pedestrian crossing safer is by raising them, coming back to that infrastructure and traffic calming that's one of the 5 on the NGO hit list, is one of the great ways to do it, because that slows vehicles down. And there's very good evidence that the slower the vehicle is going, the more likely it is to give way to a pedestrian. So I think that, combined with education by school teachers, and I keep emphasising that because what we tend to do in a lot of countries, you think, oh, education, let's get some teachers in there, let's get some ambulance drivers in there and show them the horrors that happen. And the evidence is the children are horrified by that, but it makes no difference except they don't want to listen to anyone from an ambulance ever again. That's the only behavioural change it gets. Whereas school teachers understand the learning needs of their children, understand the level at which to pitch the information. And so pushing to departments of education that they train children in how to cross the road is one of the good evidence-based interventions. And I think the key here is to push departments of education, because they're the ones that have the access and they're the ones who should be doing it.
Yeah, I agree with Soames. I would just want to emphasize this part of not doing this in isolation from the rest of the system. Because really it's the speeding drivers, it is the drunk drivers that kill the pedestrians, it's the poor infrastructure, etc. So yes, it is good. There is a role for NGOs to educate pedestrians, to contribute to it, to talk to the media so they talk about it, to push governments to take action on that as well. But I would do that certainly in connection with a broader effort to tackle speeding, drink driver, poor infrastructure, etc.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that, because the pedestrian facilities, without the pedestrian facilities, no matter how much you educate the children, if the facilities are not there, they can't follow the safe route to go to school or go home from school. So I think it's really important that we are highlighting these pedestrian facilities and the raised crossing and so on within it, so that we're not just relying on educating the road users. So the toolkit, the 5 tools, they're here to help the NGOs to assess and prioritize and define and meet and persuade your governments and track their progress. And using these tools, it's our way of demonstrating NGO accountability in this decade. And so I hope that we all feel inspired and empowered from hearing from our panelists. Thank you so much. That reducing deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030 is in our control. And so, yes, it's important to ensure government accountability, but let's also play our part in this decade in reducing deaths and injuries by holding our governments to account by using the tools that are offered in the toolkit. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll close this panel now. So please join me to thank the panelists.
Chika and to all the panelists for their contribution, especially those who got dropped in it just at the last moment. It's now time for us to have a short coffee break. So we've only got 15 minutes. So can I ask you please to put your hand on your heart for a moment and raise your right hand and say, I pledge to come back in 15 minutes for the next session. Okay, enjoy your coffee break, everybody. looks like we're starting to get most people coming back into the room now. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back and joining us. Horst would like us to use our return from coffee. It's an opportunity to try the accountability toolkit to see if we can get you to be accountable for your determination to get back from the breaks on time. The doors are being closed at the back, so we're about ready to get into our next session. Well, you'll be delighted to know that our next session won't require a rearrangement of the furniture. Etienne will be pleased because actually we've got a significant female representation in the next panel, which is great. So our next session, as we get underway, is from silo thinking to the SDG goals. And the panel is going to be discussing the connections between safe mobility and road safety and other aspects of the SDGs. So I'm going to introduce you to our chair for the session, which is Jacob Mason, who's the Director of Research and Impact at ITDP. And he's going to be joined by Maria Elena Rivera, Development Coordination Officer, Economist Resident Coordinator for United Nations El Salvador, To Bello Dinzar, who is Senior Advisor, Public Health and Transportation at the Traffic Injury Research Foundation and the FIA Foundation, Nino Payachadze, who's Assistant Professor at the George Washington University, and Miriam Bernardes, UN Women in El Salvador. So once again, if you've got questions, and I did notice that there weren't many of you offering questions up in the room, okay? Do we need another pledge for you to ask questions of the panel this time? Okay, if you've got questions, please write them down on a piece of paper, wave them. One of the members of the team will come and collect them from you and ensure that Jacob's able to put them to the panel. Same again for you who are joining us virtually. Great to have you with us. Please use the chat, enter your questions, and the team will get them into the panel. But Jacob, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Oh, it's a little loud, sorry. So thank you very much for inviting us and for hosting this panel on the SDGs. I'm Jacob Mason, Director of Research and Impact at ITDP, which is the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. I'm based in Washington, D.C. My organization is headquartered in New York, but we work around the world with regional offices that are locally staffed. I was really happy to see so much discussion about walking and cycling and public transport in earlier sessions, because that's what we focus on at ITDP. I was honored to be asked to facilitate this panel on the Sustainable Development Goals and how we can break out of our silos. It's something I think about personally a lot. It's also really, I'm honored to be here on International Women's Day with this excellent all-female panel, so I'll try to do less talking and let them talk more and bring their amazing expertise to you. I'm just going to frame this discussion a little bit, start by recognizing the many challenges that we face when working on road safety. We talked a lot about them already, but these include lack of political support, lack of technical expertise, sometimes weak institutions, lack of money, among others. So there are many ways to overcome these, and we've talked a little bit about them. And there's some excellent tools that have been created, which we talked about. The new toolkit is really exciting from the Alliance. But today we're going to talk about the SDGs and how they can help us break out of silos. And I think coalitions and partnerships can be a really powerful way to boost our message and amplify our voices. And with road safety, we're really lucky that road safety has so many synergies and so many connections to other goals that other groups and other partnerships share. So just to provide a little bit of context, the United Nations created 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and in 2015, the SDGs were adopted by 193 nations. So these are widely shared goals. There's little controversy among them. And I have to say that in the workshops and in the discussions, we're already talking about these goals and how they are shared among us and among other partner organizations. So just to start, I want to give a little background on how my organization makes these kinds of links across sectors. So we work strongly on road safety with local partners, and we're working on mode shift, helping people get out of cars onto walking, cycling, public transport. But we don't get much funding for road safety. Most of our funding comes from climate donors, people working on climate change, which is SDG 13, climate action. And so my team's role is to show how our work on mode shift links back to climate change. And it also, links back to road safety. So as part of this, we developed a Compact Cities scenario electrified report where we modeled scenarios of the growth in transport and the growth in cities around the world. And we looked at plausible scenarios of how we might make that change and how we might grow in the future. And we found that the only one that was able to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement was one where we're both working towards modal shifts, where we're supporting walking and cycling in public transport, and also electrifying a lot of the vehicles. So that one, of course, where we're working on walking and cycling is a much safer approach than just electrifying vehicles. So we're really trying to bring the road safety agenda and the climate agenda together. And because decision makers want to know specifically what we're asking them to do, we're now putting together country-level reports that detail exactly what you might want to do to achieve these scenarios that are in line with the climate agreements. Many governments, however, are dealing with a number of pressing concerns, lots of challenges in lots of countries. Road safety, as you're well aware, is not always top priority. So as part of the report, we really looked at the cost of the different scenarios, and we found that a development scenario based more on walking, cycling, and public transport was 33% cheaper. So it was less expensive. So that's money that can go to other goals and working on other problems, such as education, clean water, gender equity. And that's an argument that really speaks to government decision makers we've found. But that's enough for me. I'm pleased to now start to pass it over to these experts who know more about road safety than I ever could. So I'm going to ask each one of them to talk for a little bit about how their work on road safety links to a specific SDG or two, and then we'll get into some questions. So if it's okay, maybe I'll start with you, Nino, and if you could talk about health and well-being, and you can either stay there or come to the mic.
It's good, right? Yes. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure to be here and be part of this excellent panel. So given my work, my experience in health and public health, I'm going to focus on SDGs 3, and it's not going to be a surprise for many of you. So health is a fundamental human right. I'm going to start with this, and it's a very key indicator for sustainable development. Good health is essential for sustainable development, and I think this SDG agenda really reflects the complexity, but also interconnectedness of the two. SDGs 3, which is the goal for worldwide good health, promotes healthy lifestyles, preventive measures, but also access to affordable health care. It considers widening inequalities, both social and economic, but also threats to environment, to climate, rapid urbanization, but also threats such as communicable diseases, such as HIV and others, other infectious diseases, but more recent challenges that we're seeing in developing countries, such as non-communicable diseases and injuries. SDG 3 has 13 targets and 23 indicators to track the progress. The targets are quite overarching, and they cover a wide variety of health topics, from maternal and child mortality to infectious diseases, substance abuse, universal health coverage, but also road traffic injuries. While we do have a specific target 3.6 that calls for halving the number of road traffic deaths and injuries by 2030, road safety is linked with many other targets under SDGs 3, and I'll just give you some examples, such as, for example, 3.2 that says, that calls to end preventable deaths for newborns and children under 5. We know that road traffic injuries are a leading killer of kids and adolescents around the world. These deaths are preventable, and we know that there are low-cost, very effective solutions that can create cross-cutting benefits not only for people and societies and economies, but also to the planet overall. Road traffic injury prevention is not only the transport issue to me, but also an issue of child rights, their right to be alive, to prosper, to grow up, to get education and be part of this society. Another target that I think road safety is linked with is 3.5, that is strengthen prevention and treatment of substance abuse, including narcotic drugs, but also harmful use of alcohol. And we all know in this room that drink driving is a key risk factor that leads to road traffic deaths and serious injuries. Another target that I want to highlight will be 3.8, to achieve universal health coverage, including financial risk protection, access to quality essential healthcare services, and access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable essential medicines and vaccines to all. We all know that road traffic deaths are just the tip of the iceberg of road injury burden. Road traffic injury burden. For every road traffic death, we have many more non-fatal injuries that lead to hospitalizations, to emergency room visits and treatments, long-term care and rehabilitation for those who are left with short-term and long-term disability. So achieving, I think, this goal, 3.8, is gonna help road traffic injury victims to really access the care they need while not incurring and suffering financial suffering, hardships. And finally, I want to highlight also target 3.9. By 2030, sustainably reduce the number of deaths and illness from hazardous chemicals and air, water, and soil pollution and contamination. A lot of research shows that traffic-related pollution is associated with early signs of heart disease, but also cardiovascular mortality. Ambient particulate matter, air pollution, is the 9th leading cause of death and is responsible for almost 3 million deaths annually. Urban pollution, largely as a result of the vehicle emissions, is responsible for 700,000 deaths every year from cardiopulmonary diseases. In most cities, more vehicles are significant contributors to urban smog and a trigger for asthma and other health conditions. So we are 7 years into the adopting SDGs, and the world is off track of achieving SDGs, and especially health-related SDGs. Progress has been uneven, both between but also within the countries. There is a 31-year gap between the countries with the shortest and the longest life expectancy. While some countries have achieved considerable gains, these national averages really hide those who are the most vulnerable and they're left behind. So I think multi-sectoral, rights-based, and gender-sensitive approaches are needed to address these inequalities and achieve not only road safety, but overall health-related goals.
Thank you so much, Nina. This is really excellent data and information on the impacts of health on road safety and how those two are linked, so thank you. Next, I want to pass it on to Mary-Hélène. If you could talk to SDG 10 and perhaps one on inequality and poverty reduction. Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this invitation to participate here and related to the relation and the links between SDG 1 and SDG 10 with road safety. It seems like there are no link or connection directly identified that we mostly related with SDG 3, as have been explained. Right now, there is also a target that's specifically related to this topic, but there are very important relations between SDG 1 on poverty and SDG 10 on reducing inequality. And both SDGs are related, since for ending poverty is not only needed to have access to resources and sustainable livelihood, but also to eliminate social discrimination and inclusion, as well as the lack of participation in decision-making, among other factors, such as access to basic service, including education. In the same way, are very important. This road safety issue as a cross-cutting issue related with many of the SDGs. SDG 10 and states on poverty reduction to reduce inequalities and reiterates that economic growth is not enough to reduce poverty if it's not inclusive. So there are many examples that have been shared in the previous panel also of cases of exclusion of markets and jobs in Senegal and many other countries due to the limitations of effective collective and public transport. This relation between these both SDGs is worth to be analyzed further in the context of achieving road safety, as I said, as a cross-cutting issue for many SDGs in this decade of action. So referring that said, there is a resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly in 2020 that is improving global road safety in this decade of action, and this resolution states that road traffic deaths and injuries are also a social equity issue, as the poor and the vulnerable are most frequently also vulnerable road users, namely pedestrians, cyclists, users of motorized 2- and 3-wheel vehicles, and passengers of unsafe public transport who are disproportionately affected and exposed to risk and road traffic crashes, which can lead to a cycle of poverty exacerbated by income loss when they or their family members are victims of a traffic accident and their income is reduced or lost. And this costs them additional burdens due to potential disabilities that traffic accident can cause. So, in terms of the affected population, social and economic cost, low-income communities are mostly exposed to unsafe roads and modes of transportation, which is a factor of exclusion, of poverty, at the same time because it conditions the access to work, to markets, to basic service, to food, to social protection, and it can affect the response to natural disaster and climate events too. Specific vulnerable populations groups such as indigenous people, persons with disabilities, children, among others, who are protected by specific human rights treaties require fulfillment of specific protection duties that are referenced also in the context of road safety. The cost of traffic accidents that have impacts that can range from injuries to death and loss of property can impact the household in different dimensions and can mean the loss of an income provider, a large economic cost, which also increase the risk of poverty for many households. Social cost and investment in overcoming consequences of traffic reach 1% of gross national product in low-income countries. So the outlook indicated by the plan in this decade of action is very important because reducing death and injuries by at least 50% may have an impact on population living in poverty, which are affected to greater extent by this high cost imposed for these unfortunate events. Also, the infrastructure improvement can mean better access to markets, jobs, and basic service. But this needs political commitment and responsibility at the highest possible level for improvement of road safety and to develop and implement road safety strategies that involves all relevant stakeholders. Strengthening institutional capacity and continuing international cooperation, as well as international public finance, plays an important role in complementing the efforts of countries to mobilize public resources domestically, especially in poorest and most vulnerable countries. In summary, improving road safety can contribute to achieving both SDG 1 and SDG 10 by reducing poverty and inequality, improving access to safe and reliable transport systems, and promoting more sustainable and inclusive communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm struck, I really appreciate the emphasis on equity and the discussion of the impacts that road safety has on more vulnerable populations. And I'm struck by the link to the San Salvador Declaration that was introduced earlier and how many of those points are included in the declaration. So it's really exciting to see. So next, I'm gonna pass it to Miriam to talk about SDG 5, gender equality.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this space. Especially being the 8th of March, it's an important day for everyone. And hopefully there will be one day that we will honestly be talking about how we have reduced killings of women, how we have reduced violence against women, and not really having a day to show how the situation it is, because it has gotten worse in some places, and it has gotten better in others. So when I was asked to come and talk, at the beginning I said, it will be a challenge to talk about SDG 5, especially in a holistic matter, because that's what, in a cross-cutting way. And I was talking to some friends about this event, and they said, you're going to talk about SDG and safety, road safety? And I said, yes. How can you talk about road safety without taking into account the people that transit around? And I would love to, find out how you've done it, and that's the way we do it. We do it without taking into account the people that, that transit the roads. Policies are made without taking into account the different needs that have women and men, or people with different disabilities, or people with different needs. And that is the beginning of the problem. So we build things, we build cities, we build roads, we talk about safety, without taking into account the necesidades diferenciadas. I don't know how to say this. Differentiated needs, can we say that? Differentiated, thank you. So I'm going to start with a premise, saying that inequity and gender-based violence is present in the public spheres, not only in the private sphere. We fought for a long time to take it out from the private setting to the public setting. And it is a reality. We have violence inside and outside. So it's important to take that into account. But besides that, SDG 5 has to do with achieving equality and empower all women and girls, of course, in all spheres of their lives. So even though we have specific targets in SDG 5, we need to see it in a cross-cutting throughout the whole 16 SDGs. And then we get a lot of complaints because they say that we feminists want to be everywhere and want to be taken into account everywhere. And it is true. We cannot run a world without taking into consideration all the people that live in it. So that's my argument, at least. And little by little, I'm getting there. But anyway, in the 2030 SDG agenda, we have SDG 5, as I mentioned, specifically for women, advancement, etc. But we also talk about SDG 11, that it's making cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And they have specific target for the elimination of violence against women. And why do I talk about, in the private sphere, why do I talk about violence a lot? Because until we don't live a life free of violence, or we don't, it's very difficult for me to talk about anything else without mentioning a little bit about violence. But anyway, I'll continue. Hence, its linkage to the issue at hand, of course, SDG 5 and road safety, based on the fact that women have different mobility patterns, and that the violence and discrimination we face for being women while using the public spaces or moving through the cities increases the gap for women, girls, and adolescents to reach the maximum development. So it is important to have road safety and to have women in its full capacity, okay, to be developed in its full capacity. We're working to ensure that issues such as road safety also make a gender gap visible in different parts. And here we come. In the participation of women in the transportation sector, road safety and urban planning, we usually have been excluded in that area. Little by little, we're gaining spaces, but everything has been done without taking into consideration our needs. In urban safety policies to ensure that safety of women, girls, and adolescents in public spaces and road safety, especially in the public transport. In mobility models, so that they're truly inclusive and consider the diverse needs of women according to their mobility patterns. For example, 75% of unpaid care work is performed by women, but also 66% of public transport is used by women, and that's very important. And the use of car is in most of lower class citizens is a privilege of men. And that's very important how that limits the safety and the traveling of women, while pressuring women are usually the ones that carry loads of work because they take suitcases and they take, a lot of carga de trabajo. It's a workload, work things to work. Improving mobility, it's a prerequisite for achieving SDG, as is the production, structure, income distribution, land use, environmental care, and gender relations. All are likely or key elements for the achievement of the 2030 agenda, as they allow the creation of links that can increase or decrease the existing gender gaps. Recognizing the interaction is essential to overcome the gap to achieve sustainable development. The degree of freedom experienced by women and men when moving or transit through the city is different, where in addition the fear of robbery, the fear of assault, women are more exposed to it, okay, or to street harassment and other forms of violence that is expressed in the world. In addition to I believe that women are better drivers than men. I hope you don't mind me saying that, but I believe that we are better drivers than men. But yet we have to pay more for the insurance than men, which is amazing. That's another discrimination, at least in some countries. Not in all, by the way. So in addition to these vulnerabilities that I mentioned before that we are exposed to, we must recognize that women, of course, drive better than men and are less likely to get involved in traffic accidents, by the way. We don't manage to insert ourselves, for example, in the labor market in areas such as public transport. At least here in El Salvador and most Latin American countries, most of the drivers are men. Yet we are the safer drivers. So it's interesting to see that. Anyway, what I try to do with my limited English, so I hope you understand, is go through the holistic part of SDG and road safety. It is important, and to also to call the attention that for every decision that we make, we need to be taken into account, but not only women, all the people that transit in the roads or live in a city need to be taken into account in order to make stronger cities and more democratic cities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it's absolutely vital to incorporate the perspective of half of our road users into the planning and operations of our streets and roads. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to invite now Bella to talk a little bit about a few SDGs, maybe SDG 4 on education or SDG 9 on industry, and perhaps also give us a little bit of a perspective on how we got to the current SDGs that we have. So.
Because I do have an old crash injury. It's just more comfortable for me to stand, and I like to wave my arms around a little bit. So it's really a pleasure. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you to this wonderful panel. Thank you to all of you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with all of you. Es un honor y un placer estar aquí en el hermoso país de El Salvador con todos ustedes. Y gracias, FONAT, y al ministerio y en realidad todo el gobierno de El Salvador por la hospitalidad. Y bueno, mil disculpas a los traductores por cambiar un poco. Pero feliz Día de la Mujer and Happy International Women's Day. It's really been a long time since my last Global Road Safety meeting, before the existence of the Alliance. So it's wonderful to see old friends and make new ones at this meeting. And congratulations and thank you to Lotta and the whole Alliance team. So you've heard very compelling information and really specific, great examples from the panelists today and yesterday as well. I also heard excellent examples yesterday in various sessions related to the cross-cutting issues of the SDGs. But as the title of this session makes clear, the SDGs were really created in order to be cross-cutting, in order to not be siloed. And really, road safety is relevant to all, I would argue, all 17 of the goals in some way. Yes, even life below water. So with Jacob's agreement, I'm taking a step back to talk a little bit about the history, which many of you were present for and created that history. And I think this is because, as the saying goes, you can't know where we're going if we don't know where we've been. So how many of you remember the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals? Yes, we haven't heard about those in a long time, have we? And perhaps that's because they were replaced by the SDGs, which had much more better involvement by civil society. And it's much more broad-reaching, encompassing all countries, not only low and middle income countries. So we did, we were involved in that, but we can't become complacent because we can't forget that road safety as a cross-cutting, non-silo issue did not make it into the SDGs. And it was thanks to many of the people here today and their governments who made the case to have road safety explicitly mentioned more than once in the SDGs. So imagine it, in 2014, after years of advocacy, when we were so happy to have road safety included in the SDGs, we found out road safety and road traffic injury prevention was going to be deleted from the SDGs. In the health, it was in actually the health component, goal 3. So this was around the same time as the Open Working Group number 11. So it was a very concerning time, but we had an opportunity. Because it had been unexpectedly removed, we were able to really, we scampered around, and we were able to get a lot of allies to speak on why road safety and road traffic injury prevention should be reinserted into what was then called Focus Area 3, or Health and Population Dynamics. So during this 11th session of the Open Working Group in New York, the FIA Foundation, many of you, we had allies, and we made a statement on behalf of various groups. The NCD Alliance, Non-Communicable Disease Alliance, SLOCAT, which was the Partnership for Sustainable Low Carbon Transport, the Stakeholder Group on Aging, the Women's Major Group, and I was fortunate to have just been elected to the UN NGO Committee on Sustainable Development. I was co-chair of that. So I'd already been helping them on many other issues, so they showed up too. So these members came to show up for road safety. And these were groups that did not initially think that the impact of road safety had any impact on their concerns related to women, indigenous people, aging, physicians and surgeons, employers, athletes, and more. So because of some of you and your companies, your countries, and some companies as well, began showing the holistic nature of road safety. We had several support from governments and troikas of governments, and of course, eventually, it was inserted back in. So that was, a lesson to us to not be complacent and to stay vigilant. I am keeping I'm sorry, I'm low on the, the time. So how do we get that support? It was what you've been talking about. Fight for it, remind people about it. Remind people that it's cross-cutting, holistic, multidisciplinary for the private and public sectors. And I think that a lot of people used to scoff at the idea that we're presenting here today, that it's so cross-cutting. But I think over the years, people have realized that it affects every aspect of life. And I began sounding like a broken record, but I was serious in thinking that road safety affected every aspect of our life, as our speakers spoke about, especially related to equity. About 10 years ago, the FIA Foundation sponsored a panel on gender-based violence on transportation. And that was just the start of incorporating many of the concepts that we're talking about here today. And we just heard yesterday from several groups, such as here in El Salvador and in Argentina, that the psychological and mental health and financial and work and employment aspects of road safety are being addressed in such innovative and wonderful ways right here in El Salvador and in Argentina. So we applaud them for that. And this is through their innovative victim assistance programs. We also heard from Vivian, Madre de Kevin, who worked with a group called Madres de Dolor. And she was the only one in that group who was a road safety advocate. It was an alliance born of tragedy, but it was a very effective alliance. So I think that these are some of the issues and some of the concepts that we've been working on for decades, and we just need to keep at it. A few of the goals that we've not mentioned are quality education, number 4, decent work and economic growth, number 8, and industry innovation and infrastructure, which is goal number 9. And these are some of the activities that some of our partners and the FIA Foundation have spearheaded over the years. Even Uber has recently released a safety report about gender-based security violence along with road safety. So that was a nice marriage of those. But the heart of all these issues is really inequity and transportation dysfunction. So the foundation and all of our partners, all of our friends here, I think that that's what we need to work on, is more equitable use of transport. And that means safe journeys and clean air for everyone, especially for the poorest and most vulnerable. So some of you have heard about the Safe Streets campaign, and that is involving, it's really getting all of the different disparate organizations and governments into a movement for basic human rights and mobility, and highlighting transport for women's rights, for example. So, sorry, Jacob, I'm finishing up now. I know my time is up, far past up. So I think that, we know, we don't need, you don't need me to be here to say that road safety is connected through all of these different areas. It's very cross-cutting. But, now we have tools. We have the accountability toolkit. We have the global plan. We have all these tools that will help us accomplish our goals and our sustainable development goals. So at any rate, if you want to hear more about how road safety even affects life below water, we can talk about it during a break. But thank you, Jacob. Thank you, my fellow panelists. And I think we just need to keep fighting and not be complacent and working together to help people live longer, healthier lives through road safety. And perhaps one of the easiest way is to think about how it affects our children. That's very cross-cutting. It's an easy way to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bella. So we've heard some really good examples about how the SDGs came about and how they link to road safety. So a lot of this discussion has been at a fairly high level, but most of you all work in NGOs more at the local level. So I'm curious to ask the panel, how do these connections to other priorities, other goals, how do they help, and how can NGOs leverage these connections? Maybe I'll pose it to you, Miriam, in El Salvador. I'm going to pick on you.
I think that we are all called to help or support achieve the SDGs. It's a mandate, right, for all of us. And the governments have agreed on that, NGOs have agreed on that, etc. And the alliances, I think, are a key factor on achieving them. And that's when all of us come together to guarantee that when we talk about safe cities or inclusive cities, and it's imperative to talk about broad alliances. And that's when all the actors play an important and relevant role in society to guarantee that, that road safety and SDGs are included in the everyday policy framework and everyday of a city. Thanks.
All right, thank you. This one's for you, Nino. You brought up a lot of really interesting and important health research on the links to road safety. And I'm curious how that work can support NGOs, how NGOs can leverage that information in their work, and how you make that connection.
Well, I think that we're behind achieving SDGs, first of all, especially health-related SDGs that I'm mostly interested in and working. But I think from my perspective as a researcher, what we have been failing is how we communicate, how effectively we communicate our knowledge, and then help translate this knowledge into actual action on different levels, both with policymakers, but also making it accessible to civil society so they can use for advocacy. I think as a failure for myself as well, I think we need to learn how to more effectively use our knowledge, deliver it to people, the levels that they can use it to then advocate for improvement for road safety.
Thank you so much. So a challenge to communicate the knowledge that we already have. Maybe that brings up another question, which is, we have these connections among different priorities, different SDGs that relate to road safety. What are the challenges, in addition to communication, to leveraging these connections? Like, what else needs to happen? What are we missing? Who do we need to connect with? This one's open to anyone.
Can I just say gender perspective? I think it's important before, I think it's important to incorporate gender perspective in every aspect of road safety and safe cities.
Not sure if this works. Okay. So, I think that a lot of the communities, honestly, Jacob, they already know how to do it. And we have to listen to them. I mean, I am used to working at this 1,000-foot level with the FIA Foundation, with policy, with the US government as I used to. But now I'm actually also working with two wonderful communities, the Blackfeet Nation and a mostly immigrant bilingual Spanish-speaking community called the East End. And most people would say that it's so difficult to work with them and they didn't want to work with them. But they already know. They're the ones who told me that, Bella, we need to connect with education, with women, with the fire chief, with nature. I mean, they are actually incorporating physical activity and access to nature into their road safety plan. And so the other part of it is that the business and economic side, I mean, one of the groups, it's actually a business district that is leading all of the road safety efforts in this bilingual community. So I don't know, maybe that's not really an answer, but I feel that a lot of these communities already know. It's just we need to facilitate their ability to do that. And that's what I'm hoping to do.
That's really great. So much knowledge. Any follow-ups? Well, there's so much knowledge that's already there within communities. And it's interesting that you bring up communities. There's a lot of our discussion so far has talked about how do we reach government as the actor that we most need to take action on this. But there are lots of other partners, other groups. You mentioned businesses, communities. I'm wondering if anyone wants to talk about other communities that we need to be reaching and that this could help with, or that could help educate us on what we need to do and how we could make better progress on this, on road safety.
No, exactly that you have asked about what communities can teach us, but I think the passengers of the public transportation are very important to design also the answers that they need to have road safety, right, and to have most effective transport to their works, to their education. And I believe that this integrated vision of road safety related to economic, social, community issues can help also in financial burdens that it faces between. It can be justified not only because this road can have economic impact in markets and jobs, but it also has social interest for many, many communities, and it can have not only in the short term, but in the long term, many results that can impact. And I think that communication, this evidence, right, in a simple manner can help also not only to the advocacy, but also to the financial burdens that sometimes constructing a road to an excluded community can have. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm seeing some nodding. Any follow-up, Miriam or Bella?
Do you want to talk before? No, just I agree with that. And one of the things that everything boils down to is stratification of things. You know, the people that have more access is the upper middle class, and the use, for example, of public transport here in El Salvador, it's I don't know, it's a danger, you know, and who uses that? Lower income people, and therefore it should become a priority to the government throughout the world to have safe transportation, to have safe cities for people to be able to transit. Thank you.
So I think that brings up a really good point about voices and who has the ear of government. A lot of what we've discussed has revolved around equity and understanding the perspectives of more vulnerable populations, of lower income populations, of women. And I'm curious, how might NGOs as a group elevate those voices and elevate those conditions? Like, what do we need to do specifically to do that, to bring attention to that?
I don't want to be the only one to speak, so I'm going to start, but you continue. Let me tell you what we do. For example, we encourage women to learn to drive so they can be bus drivers, for example. We encourage the Vice Minister of Transportation to include gender and human rights training with their drivers. We work with the planning ministry to guarantee that when they build cities, they take into consideration the different needs. When we talk about road safety, for example, which is the main issue here, we talk about it in a different, taking into consideration all people that transit through the cities. And there's more, but I'm going to let other people talk because,
Yeah, Bella.
So I think I'm trying to, you said it so well, but I mean, the issue of inequity and giving people a voice is so important in the sense that these two communities that I work with are in a rich country. They're in the United States, but they are historically marginalized. And they actually said to me, we are not heard. These states may get lots of funding, but we never get a voice. They actually use those words. So I think that, as NGOs, as, people who do have a voice, we can definitely assist them with that. And the interesting thing is, it's not only, money is always, a factor, but it's not only about that, because there are a lot of things that come about just through this collaboration. So these are two communities, so different, wildly different. One is an indigenous, rural community. It's a tribal nation in Montana. They have snowstorms they call it, it's snowing and it's blowing. That's what they say right now. The other one is immigrant community, mostly Spanish-speaking, some Vietnamese, so that was good for me. But they, they're urban. They have all these railroad tracks because where do they put railroad tracks? In poor communities. So their children are crawling under trains to get to their schools in order to get the free breakfast. There's all kinds of things wrong with that. But these two communities, they're working together. Even though they're far apart, they have that same philosophy of safe systems. And so, you know what? They've already gotten, lots of donations, they've gotten signs. It's just a, sort of, oh, these two communities are so different, but they're both working towards Vision Zero. So I think that, that's part of it too, is sort of recognizing the interest in it and giving them a voice, because I think more people would be interested if they heard about communities like this, which are looked at as low income, marginalized, but really they're vibrant, wonderful communities as well.
Thank you so much. Any others? Okay, so I'm gonna shift gears a little bit and talk about, we heard a lot about what we can learn from other groups and some of the connections between road safety and the SDGs. I want to ask the group, and maybe Bella, you specifically, to talk about the Alliance Accountability Toolkit and how this supports the SDGs and the links between this toolkit and other SDGs as we move forward having this toolkit as a key component of our work as NGOs. So maybe you can you could talk to that.
Sure. Well, I almost feel a responsibility to do that since I'm on the expert panel for the Alliance, but I'm not sure if I can do it any better than the previous panel with all the experts. It's just that if you look at every one of those top priority interventions, and if you look at the whole accountability toolkit, I mean, there are so many great nuggets that you can use as a tool to, whenever you're talking with someone, I mean, if, you can use it to completely go cross-cutting. I mean, even just, if we just look at speed, Soames will be happy that I'm saying this. I mean, you can talk about it in so many ways. It's not just speed to slow down around schools, which is an obvious one, but it's also about, there are some neighborhoods where, in poor neighborhoods with railroads, where it's blocking, there's speed issues related to when cars are blocked by trains, then they speed through the neighborhood. I mean, there's so many different, aspects of that. Getting to emergency vehicles, they're unable to get to things on time. So it's funny, in one of the communities I'm working with, I'm sorry to keep bringing it back, but they're just so interesting, is that they are actually partnering with this nature group to figure out where they can have active transportation out in nature as a prescription given by the physicians in this community. But as part of that prescription, so like an RX prescription, they're actually going to, put in, different road safety efforts so that the city and the community can do it. And it's, it's powerful coming from physicians and nurses as well. So it's not just a prescription for the patients, it's a prescription for the community to do better, to have a safe system.
That's a really interesting connection to the public health sector. Now I want to open it up to the audience questions. If people have questions, we can start. I see a question right there. I think Valeria is going to come with a microphone, and then we'll go ahead and start to answer those. I can just hop down. We have plenty of mics. I can help out. Here you go.
Where do we have a question?
Right here.
Bella mentioned a connection between the SDGs and all of them having a connection with road safety. SDG 16 allows for access to justice for all. And I'm just wondering how our NGOs, or how you would advise our NGOs to ensure that a thorough investigation, which is so critical to justice, is carried out in every case where there's death and serious injury. Thank you.
I will, pass it on, but I guess I'll start. Well, of course, Donna, crash investigation is near and dear to my heart. And as you mentioned in a meeting yesterday, it's, it's very difficult to do a thorough crash investigation in some countries of all road crashes, just because there's so many. But they can be better. Every road crash investigation can be better. And even in large countries like the US, there are places where either the police or a civilian person in the police department is helping to do these road crash investigations better. So perhaps that's a start. Maybe some NGOs, I know that in some of your countries, they're starting a crash investigation unit. It might be only for other non-motor vehicle, it might be for airplanes, trains, other things, but you could advocate to add a road safety component, to add that mode. And then, it's not gonna be perfect at the beginning. In the US, which is the National Transportation Safety Board, where I was acting chairman for a while and vice chairman, it was not good at the beginning. It took time. I know we don't have time, we want to do it now, but I think that, getting the advocacy for including road safety and crash investigations, first of all, for these disasters, because that's what it is, a disaster for that family. Then after that, improving the training for those people who are investigating it.
I can add if that's okay. So I think we're talking about cross-disciplinary and cross-sectoral collaboration here, and I think NGOs should also embrace this idea, especially road safety NGOs, and start working, maybe consider working with other NGOs in the country, because justice and just investigation is not in silo. It happens within the governance systems that exist in the country. I know many NGOs here don't want to make things political because it makes their work much harder, but I think at the end of the day, we all have to face difficulties. So it's impossible to really have just investigation and just systems in a society where governance structures are not fair. So maybe just consider teaming up with NGOs on the ground who work on the issues that can align with those things.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, I have one. So you mentioned some of the challenges being creating alignment or building up government institutions. And I'm curious, are there examples of how you've used these kind of cross-sectoral alliances and partners to push the governments to create the institutions, to pass the legislation that you need to improve road safety? If you could talk to them, maybe in El Salvador, there's an example where you've had multiple groups kind of pushing for a common cause.
Yeah, we just had a project which is we are undergoing. We renew it now. We worked on safety in the public transport, and we also built the bus stops and safely, so women can walk safely, women and children. But the most important part of that project, besides building the bus stops in a safe manner and doing all making the bus safe for women to travel, was that we created a board on with private enterprise, government, and UN, including UN Women, which is usually excluded because women is not visible in those aspects. So it's UNDP and us in that board. And we talked about, for the first time, road safety in an inclusive manner, which is important. And then we included NGOs, and they are the ones that support or help the government advance on those issues. If not, they're the ones that do the lobby. They push the buttons so they can, you know what I mean? They can do their job.
Yeah, did you want to go, Nina? Okay, maybe another question for the group is, different governments have different priorities. So some governments oh, is there a question from the audience? Okay, yes, please.
Hello, in fact, it was already started to be answered right now, but I was wondering, because the panel is about working beyond silos. So we are talking about road safety as SDGs, but I was thinking about NGOs and NGOs. I know that this is an aspect that sometimes can be difficult as an NGO is road safety, to reach out to NGOs, I don't know, in environment or women equity. We are not really, I would say, not welcome, but I would say they don't care about us. We have been trying sometimes to reach out to other NGOs. So I was looking for some example of connection with other NGOs or coalition or leverage to work with NGO in those SDGs that we are related to. Thank you.
So what are the ways to raise the profile of road safety to NGOs who maybe aren't as interested in it?
A very difficult task, Amelie. But, you have to keep doing it because people have very short memories. I mean, some of you probably remember Michelle Yeoh, who was our road safety ambassador and now Oscar nominee. She made an entire video, documentary called Dying for an Education to link road safety with education. we, worked with, the FI Foundation works with Save the Children and UNICEF and other organizations like that. But it's so difficult. I think you have to just keep, as I think Jacob actually said yesterday, it's got to be push and pull, right? So you have to show them how great it is to work with us because we're all wonderful people. But on top of that, you can't be, I know a gentleman from Egypt said in one of the sessions yesterday, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are, but that don't be afraid of conflict. I mean, you can still have conflict at times, but it could still push things forward. So, it's very hard, but, obviously it has worked in some cases, but as we've shown, I mean, this was more than 10 years ago that we did those documentaries with Michelle Yeoh, and, we're having to redo the same thing again, so you just have to keep doing it. It's not a very good answer, I'm sorry, Emily.
And maybe just to follow up, I mean, a lot of what we've been saying in this session, in previous panels, is the idea of framing the argument in the terms and in the talking to the priorities of the people you're trying to convince. So, as Bella was mentioning, if someone's interested in education, you talk about road safety in terms of education. If someone's interested in climate, you talk about road safety in terms of climate. If someone's interested in women's issues, you talk about it in terms of women's issues. And the amazing thing about this issue is that it touches, as Bella was saying, it touches so many other issues. It is really cross-cutting over so many things that it's not that hard to make those connections. And we've heard from all of our amazing panelists where those connections already exist, where they're documented, where there's evidence, where there's often in the health sector really, really well-documented medical evidence, and we're giving prescriptions for road safety in a lot of places. So there is a lot of opportunity to talk to the priorities of the decision makers, of the partners, of the funders that you're talking to. Any other questions? We are right about at time, so I think we have time for one more, and if not, maybe that's a good, okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Eduardo from Brazil. First of all, thank you for all your expositions. What I wanted to raise was just, how could I say it? Trying to look the other way around. Some criticism that I've heard more than once on trying to expand the way we look at road safety is that sometimes it can lead the institutions, especially small institutions or limited institutions, as most NGOs are, to lose themselves in that way, kind of getting off of their original priorities, which is obviously road safety and saving lives on the road. So we do understand also that it can be a door through which we can gather more support, people that have other flags, but we can show them how our work and theirs can work together and be mutually beneficial. But I've heard many times also that other points that it might bring us to lose some of the essence, if you just keep broadening the look that much. You see, we know we can approach roads, all the SDGs through road safety, but it took the entire of the UN to come up with the with the objectives. So, and we are like 10 people trying to save lives. So sometimes it can be harder for us to tackle through that perspective. So I just wanted to bring that point as well and see if you have any comments on how we can deal with it, just to take the best of it without losing the essence that is the most important to us.
It's a very good point. But you know what? Road safety has to do with your everyday life. It's how your kids move from one place to another, how you reach justice for women that are victims of violence, how the police can come close to your help people that are in need, So it is a part of, and it is it's like gender issues. It's so big that sometimes but we are everywhere. So road safety is part of your everyday life. If we don't have road safety, we wouldn't be able to move anywhere. you know, people wouldn't be able to go buy groceries. So, or go to a health physician. You know what I mean? So it's such a huge subject that I understand because of my topic. It's so broad too. But that's a way more people should be working on that. More people should be working on gender issues or include gender issues in your everyday life. And more NGOs should be taking road safety as part of the things.
Nina.
I would also say that another good example will be child and adolescent health. I think it's just a really good area where you can really partner with NGOs. From my personal experience, in my institution, researchers who are working in Africa on adolescent health, doing different interventions, their education, awareness raising, on reproductive health also, actually. So they realized that the burden of injuries is very high among these populations. So they really reached out to us to team up and just work together, because the end goal is the same for both teams, right? To lower the deaths, right? Adolescent health deaths. So I think same way you can just team up with the very specific, just to keep the focus. I understand it's very hard, but I think gender issue, but also child and adolescent health, these are such top priorities for NGOs, but also for the governments. I think there's a big chance of being successful there.
And maybe just to add to that, as Bella mentioned, you know, we have a lot to learn from other communities as well. So, you know, we can bring the road safety argument to others, but we're going to learn about their issues, and I think that can make a more compelling and more nuanced argument and lead to more nuanced policies that better help the populations that we're trying to help, and achieve multiple goals at the same time in a way that's as effective as possible. So I think we have time for one more question, if there is one. And if not, maybe then we'll wrap up just a tiny bit early and let you guys go to lunch. I really want to give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much. And thank you for the hosts. So thank you.
Okay, I'm just here to distract you whilst they have a group photo. And in just a couple of moments, actually, we heard from Miriam about a project that was seeking to address gender equity issues here in El Salvador, which Vanessa was also a part of the team for that. And we've got a little treat for you, because there's actually a video to explain a lot more about that project for you in just a moment. Great stuff. Let's thank our panel once more. So Jacob told you that you were about to go for lunch. That's not quite accurate. Okay, you've got a little bit more to do before you've earned your lunch, because I actually want to invite Lotta to come back to the stage. You're looking at me like, is that right? Because this is our announcement section, Lotta. Oh, I'm just handing straight to Shane. Oh, okay. In my notes, I was handing to you, who was going to introduce Shane. But Shane doesn't need introduction, does he? Does anyone need introducing to Shane? No, we don't. I was sitting in the bar with him last night, and he was very excited about this section. So equally, I am excited too.
The devil whispers, "You cannot withstand the storm." The warrior answers, "I am the storm." Each one of you, faces big challenges. But the storm coming at you. But no, we're going to turn that around. We're the storm. We're the storm. Let me show you. Okay, everybody, put your hands together like this, please. All right, let's start with rubbing your hands together. So, that was a storm. You created it. You are the storm. And what we're going to do now is I'm going to present the FedEx Road Safety Award. Very excited about it. It's a very specific award. It is given to, and so with so many warriors in the room, how do you pick, 3 that are going to be recognized for the components I'm about to share with you? One component is the NGO must, of course, have an outstanding commitment to road safety. Secondly, an outstanding commitment to the Alliance. Third, evidence growth, using the resources that the Alliance has to grow as an NGO, to be more effective, to get more done. And fourth, a commitment to advocacy for evidence-based interventions that contribute to reducing road deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030. That's a lot. That's a lot. And so we have 3 incredible NGOs, and I'm going to read a little description of what they've done to receive this award. And when I call out the NGO's name, the leader of that NGO, please come join me on stage. So I'll call out number 1, and you'll come and join and stay here while I call out number 2. You'll come, call out number 3, you'll come, and you'll all be up here together at the end. All right. The first FedEx Award, Road Safety Award winner is Movis El Salvador. Movis has demonstrated commitment to the Alliance by facilitating the global meeting, utilizing its time, energy, and contacts to make the meeting a success. Movis's advocacy connects road safety issues to gender through its work to ensure safe public transport for women. Movis, okay. The second FedEx Global Road Safety Award goes to Avoid Accident India. Avoid Accident has demonstrated exceptional growth by taking advantage of Alliance offerings, including the Alliance Advocate Program, Alliance Incubator, and campaigns. Avoid Accident has strengthened its advocacy for evidence-based interventions, in particular 25 and 30 kilometer per hour zones, and has built coalitions and partnerships among Alliance NGOs in India. And the third winner of the FedEx Road Safety Award is Laser International Senegal. Where is Awa? Awa, come in here. Okay, she's on her way. So just so proud, like I said, with so many warriors in the room, it's hard to pick three, but I'll have you know that throughout the year, Awa, come up, Laser International, yes. FedEx Road Safety Award winner. With so many NGOs, you know, I'm in very constant contact with Lata. We have calls every month. We connect in email and Zoom and everything. And so she keeps me aware, very aware of everything that's going on across the Alliance. And so, you know, and plus I just know these guys personally. So it's just great to recognize them. You know, FedEx had a campaign to reach, we announced in 2019 that we were going to reach 50 million people, to help 50 million people by our 50th birthday on April 17th of this year, 2023. And so all of you and all of these guys have done that. You've reached people, you've saved lives, you've prevented injuries. And so thanks to all of you, thanks especially to these three, the FedEx Road Safety Award winners.
And thank you very much to Shane, who stands as a warrior amongst warriors. I think we all appreciate his significant support for the Alliance. And I think the last thing that we need to do before lunch is for Etienne to introduce a couple of new reports on behalf of WHO. So, Etienne.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll be very, very brief. But first of all, thanks, Shane, for setting up these awards, and a big congratulations to the winners. I think it's great that we have ways to recognize this great work. I'll be very brief, but just wanted to make sure everybody knows that we are releasing today actually 2 new documents who might be of interest and use to all of you. The first is called Advocating for Emergency Care, a guide for NGOs. This is a document we've developed in close collaboration with the Alliance and with many of you, and is really a document meant to help you advocate for more efforts in emergency care. As you know, in the global plan, there are a number of pillars, and one of them is emergency care, post-crash response, which is a way of saving life and reducing disability. In some countries, there are great post-crash systems, but in many, not yet. And so there is a role for NGOs to advocate and call for more action on post-crash care, and this guide is meant to do that. The second document is the second edition of Occupant Restraints, a road safety manual for decision makers and practitioners. Again, this is a document that we have issued 10 years ago with FIA Foundation, World Bank, and GRSP, and has helped a lot in promoting what is one of the most cost-effective public health interventions among all public health interventions, which is seat belts and child restraints, so the car seats for children. This is the second edition. The world has changed in 10 years. There was a need for updating. We have just updated. Actually, FIA Foundation led the effort on updating it, and we're collectively releasing it. You'll find those documents on the website of WHO. They're downloadable. Please have a look and use them in your work for advocating for trauma care or child restraints or both. And my last announcement, I think, is that we're ready for lunch, no? Yeah. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
Great, thanks, Etienne. Just before we do go for lunch, and you'll be amazed to see that we've managed to kind of catch up on time to allow you to have a full lunch break. We want to do a photo for the whole gathering. So, Liz, where would you like us? Right, so up out of your seats, everyone down the front. We want some people on the stage and some people in front of the stage. Okay. Shall we do that first? Let's do that first. So all the women gather for a photo first, and then we'll get all of the men into the photo as well.
Shonette. Aquí, ahí me-
So we're going for lunch now, and we will be back at what time? 2:30. At 2:40. Lunch is there at the terrace where we had lunch the first day, and we'll be back at 2:40.
So I've been given the task of starting to draw you back together for this afternoon's session. As we try and gather people up. I trust you feel well refreshed after your lunch. And I think between looking after our practical needs and everything that we've had to digest this morning, we've had a fantastic day so far. I can encourage people to quickly move and grab their seats. That would be great. Are all of your panelists here? Do you know? Okay. It could just be difficult starting without them, that's all. Great. Well, look, we're going to get underway with this afternoon's session. And I'm sure there'll be some others who'll join us in due course. But let me introduce this afternoon's panel. Before I do, can I just remind you all of those photos, who took a selfie with somebody over lunch? Shane took about 48. Anyone else take a selfie with somebody over lunch? Please do make sure that you're out there tweeting those, put them online, continue to build that discussion around hashtag rethinking mobility. Make sure that you tag @Road Safety NGOs so that they can also like and retweet all of your contributions. And as I said earlier, just help to amplify the conversation that we've started in the room here today. So, as well as keeping that active, we're going to start our third session, which is focusing on UN Global Road Safety Week, which is hashtag Rethink Mobility. And we're going to be looking at some inspirational examples. So I get to once again welcome to the stage Shane O'Connor, Communications Advisor for Global Citizenship at FedEx, who is going to be facilitating the session. And he is going to be joined by Amélie Hun-Lemeau, who's the Communications Manager at the AIP Foundation, Vanessa Rubio, sorry, should I say the award-winning Vanessa Rubio, Executive Director from Moves, Oscar Edmundo Diaz, who's a Regional Advisor for Latin America, and Kristen Smith, Head of Global Road Safety Policy at Uber. I leave you in their capable hands.
Okay, good to see everybody. This is going to be the best panel. We save the best for last. So what I'm really excited about, honestly, about this panel is it's going to be very specific and practical. Because I know that when you leave this place, you want to be able to leave with things that you can do. It's nice to hear lofty ideas, but when it comes back to going back to your country, you want to have something that you can actually do, actually implement. So you're going to hear some great examples from the panelists about things that they have actually done to make change in their countries through their influence. And then you can listen carefully, take good notes, and take it back to your country and maybe do the same thing or a little modification of it. So it's going to be great to hear from each one of them. And I've got some questions here pre-prepared, and so I'm going to go ahead and call on our panelists one at a time. And then we'll actually have a question and answer period also. So please do, if something is said and you think, oh, I wish I could know more about that, please make a note so that when I say, are there any questions, we can have everybody's hand go up, because you're going to be fascinated by the comments here and want to know more. So please do make note of any questions that you have. So, Oscar, hello.
Hello.
So you were special advisor to the mayor on mobility for Bogota.
Yeah.
Yes? And you're the regional advisor for Latin America for the FIA Foundation.
Yeah.
Okay, so my question for you is, why do you think the UN Global Road Safety Week is important, and how can civil society use it to accelerate change? And
Okay.
before you answer,
Okay.
something very important that we're doing after this session is we're actually launching the UN Global Road Safety Week. Because, you know, it doesn't actually just happen when the date comes in May. It doesn't just, oh, let's do, you know. No, it starts now. You're starting to plan and do so much work. So we'll actually, at the end of this session, we'll be actually launching the UN Global Road Safety Week. So, pardon me, but
Okay.
please, yes.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm a little intimidated by the prize right there. Like, I don't know if I belong here, you know? But I want to start with something actually not related to your question, but to something that Miriam mentioned in the previous session, and also with the evidence session, which is about women are better drivers than men. So I want to give you two concrete examples based on evidence of that fact. There is a company in Colombia, it's a truck company, and the owner of the company decided to hire only women to drive the trucks. Why? Because they were more reliable, they had less crashes, and less rotation. So they grew within the company, but they were able to maintain the job, and they had pretty much no crashes.
Wow.
And the second one is a bus operator in Bogota as well, and this bus operator decided to have only women as drivers. And the reason? Because they have less crashes, and also because they get a good relationship with the users. So, two facts here with evidence that what Miriam said is right. Now, going to your question. I believe actually that UN Road Safety Week should be actually the pinnacle of a hard work throughout the year. And for you NGOs, this means persistence. And that will be something else that I would add to the words of the day. Persistence and being present and have credibility in the work you do. And I'm going to give you, again, a couple of examples from my own experience. The first one was in Bogota. I was with the mayor of Bogota twice in the first administration, Mayor Peñalosa, in 1998. And we started building bicycle infrastructure to protect cyclists, but also to have more cyclists riding safely. And what happened was that there were no NGOs there by the time that would support our work. But then the infrastructure came, the cyclists came, and then the organizations came. And they started to advocate for better infrastructure. And today, Bogota has 650 kilometers of bicycle infrastructure. That's about 400 miles. And let me tell you who were crucial in this new infrastructure. NGOs. Because they told us where the crashes were happening. We identified that intersections were very difficult, were problematic, so we wanted to have them tell us what was going on. And as a matter of fact, we created the position of the manager of the bicycle. Why? Because it was to make sure that the projects were being built, but also to have a direct conversation with the NGOs. So this is something that happened, but I would say it is very important to keep going. And I want to say something about Mari that is here, and she has been working, and you have seen her here interacting with you guys, but she's also helping over the phone all the time, trying to get things done for the National Development Plan that it's right now. So it's not only UN Road Safety Week, it's a permanent work, and she also works on a law. So it's something that is important that you have to keep working all the time. And then you have some special events. And the second example I want to give you is in New York City. I worked for ITDP for many years, and our sister organization was Transportation Alternatives that advocated for better cycling and walking in New York City. And they try and try and try, and they did events, but they also talked to the press permanently. And they became a reliable source of information to the press. So every incident that happened, every crash that happened, they were asked by the reporters why this did happen, and they advocated for better infrastructure. So I'm gonna take another word that was used before, fight. So when Janet Sadikan was appointed Commissioner of Transportation, who was there to support her fight? Transportation Alternatives, because they became this trustworthy advocate for better infrastructure. So my message here is that you don't know how important you are for public officials when they are in power. You sometimes need a champion and sometimes need to keep working. I know it is frustrating that things don't happen at the speed you want, but definitely don't give up. Keep working on this because it is worth doing this. And New York City today has better public spaces and better cycle infrastructure. And I would say thanks to Janet Sadikan, but also thanks to Transportation Alternatives, which is an organization just like the ones you are representing here.
Thank you. Over what period of time did it take to build that infrastructure in Bogota?
Well, the first administration, we built about 120 kilometers, and then throughout the years, it kept being built.
And
so
over how
20
many?
years, I would say, 20 years
20
for
years.
650.
20 years. So they didn't just go out 1 week. They didn't go out one road safety week and build 420 miles, was it? 500.
400 miles.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen overnight. It takes years and years and years. And there's so many of you here in this room that have been doing this work for years and years and years. And just keep going. You are the storm, and just need to keep going and believe it will happen because it does happen. Thank you so much for that. It's great. Very practical. Okay, Vanessa, the award-winning Vanessa. Yes, that's your new title. In San Salvador, we have seen 30-kilometer-per-hour zones in the city. Can you share with us what was the biggest trigger for 30 kilometers per hour to be implemented, and how the UN Global Road Safety Week campaign from 2021 influenced that?
Okay. I really enjoy that campaign, actually. First of all, I like to really congratulate all women, and this prize is because of you, all women, that we are every day looking for being safer in the roads and having our kids and families safer in the roads. So thank you. Happy International Women's Day. And I like this picture. I always have it in my WhatsApp on this time, but right, I wanted to share with you this picture. If you see the girl, and that is us with courage, and also it means a little more vulnerability. It means a lot of that, because we need to really start rethink how we're going to mobilize. We also need to rethink how we're going to advocate, because, friends, we have a voice. We have a voice. We have a fight. We are strong. And let's use that voice. Let's empower others. And I want to come with two words that two values: respect and courtesy. I have a friend who's in the board of the happiest foundation in the world, and we were talking about Bhutan. And he said, okay, in Bhutan, there are no traffic lights. There are no traffic lights. And how do they manage that? How do they do that? Because they have incorporated into their culture these two elements: respect and courtesy. So we cannot impose a road safety model without fostering respect and courtesy on a cultural level. So I like when you said we need to start educating since children, since little kids. It's important. So, and if you sometimes think what an act of courtesy might be in the streets, if you let someone pass first, people will say, hey, back to you. He will give you a thumbs up. They will have a smile back. So that's what you need. They will take that violence off the road. So the campaign of 30 kilometers was one of my favorite campaigns. At that time, we didn't have a 30 zone in El Salvador. And it was a big opportunity to advocate. It was a big opportunity to show ourselves that we were here. The UN campaigns are very easy, and it's a super, super tool so that we can use it to advocate. So it's important, like I said before, to rethink how we're going to advocate in the correct way. We know that as NGOs, we need other stakeholders to meet our goals, and we will have to advocate with humbleness, with respect and courtesy, of course. So this campaign was very important for El Salvador because we started a collaboration between NGOs, government. You can see them in the video we were passing. So it was like, okay, we're gonna do this worldwide, all of us together. And this was in May. In August, we had the first 30-kilometer zone. It was the first that the government started implementing. So it became very aware of the whole campaign, then the intervention. So I was glad the authorities, the former vice minister here, he's an expert and he knows where to go. And I was glad that I was invited to inaugurate the first 30 zone. And suddenly they start in the program, the director of transit is here, who's implementing now all the 30 zones too. So we know that speed saves lives. It's not aleatory that I'm gonna drive 30 kilometers. The studies have reflected us that speeding, low speed saves lives. So I come back to you again. Respect and courtesy. Can you say that, please? But not like that. Respect and courtesy. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, so, yes, thank you. So that's fantastic. Could you say just a little bit about how you got that going? You said you had a collaboration with the civil society and government, but how did you, when these wonderful people go back home, and if they don't already have 30 kilometers per hour, what's their first step? What can they do to make it happen?
Well, the next campaign we're gonna see, we have to do like the same. It's a simple campaign with low-cost campaign that we could use it in, even we can do it in our phone. Everybody has a phone nowadays. So approaching all the stakeholders, the government, private companies, is important to engage them. We need to engage them, and you have to keep on knocking the door and be persistent. Persistence.
Yes.
And that's how you're gonna get our goals.
Okay, yeah. Knocking the door, being persistent. It's not, as they say, it's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science.
It's just determination.
Determination.
Yeah.
And show them that with it doesn't have much cost, the campaign.
Yes.
And you can collaborate with UN, knock on UN Women, depends on if there are projects working on evidence-based, look where the projects are, and you'll fund the funding.
Yeah, fantastic. Wonderful. Amelie, we met earlier. Yes, welcome to El Salvador. Are you on?
Thank you. Hi.
There you are. Okay, hey. My question for you is, what have been the key drivers for the policy changes to happen and the biggest challenge You can choose one concrete example. If policy changes with that you've seen your organization bring about.
Yes.
What would be a good example of that?
Thank you for your question. I have to say, like we were talking about humility, and I'm really humbled to be there, and especially on the stage today, because I am a newbie here and a newbie at AIP Foundation. So I'm really proud to talk about Slow Zone, Safe Zone, our program being implemented in Vietnam thanks to GRSP, Fondation Bodnar, FIA, and IRAP. So it all started in 2018. At that time, we started Slow Zone, Safe Zone, and our program is really about safe journey to school for children, access to education. And of course, I'm going to talk about what we want to discuss today is UN Global Road Safety Week and how to create an impulse for our new advocacy. But I have to start before. In 2018, so there were no concept of safe school zone in Vietnam. Nothing at all. We were starting from scratch. So we started with 2 pilot schools where we piloted reduced speed limits. And thanks to those evidence-based data, we managed to have 2 documents passed by the government nationally. It was nationally related to flexible, I would say, speed limits. And the other one was about, at the province level, related to supporting implementation of modification in school zone. So this is where we were at in 2021 when the UN Global Road Safety Week was being kicked off. So thanks to a grant by Global Alliance, we could participate to this UN Global Road Safety Week. And one of our first short-term goal, I would say, was really to make the national government, local government, and also the community to endorse those legal documents and to make it happen. Because it's nice when it's written on a document, it's word, but between words and facts and action, I would say, we all know that there is a big gap. So we really wanted to make a call to the community, the national government. And they did make a commitment. They made the commitment to upgrade and implement modification in the school for the 29 remaining schools in Pleiku City, which is a city in central Vietnam, which became kind of the model city for safe school zone in Vietnam. And the UN Global Road Safety Week happened in May 21, and by December 21, 31 schools were modified in Pleiku City. So yeah, a great success. And in addition, really, it's not only about short-term goals, it's also about long terms. And it was really only a stepping stone, I would say, at this event, because thanks to this, we could scale up nationwide. Since then, we had e-curriculum endorsed by the government. We are working on the Safe School Zone Guide, supported by FIA Foundation. It's a big success story that is keeping on going. But of course, it doesn't happen in one night or 1 week. So how we did make it happen is because at the beginning there was a working committee, interagency. We start with the interagency working committee where we invite all the national government stakeholders and also our partners so that we can have an open discussion since the beginning. So this way they are engaged, they are the one implementing, coordinating, really making it happen. Because one challenges we had, for example, is for this event, we were impacted by the COVID. I think all of us were impacted by COVID. We had action we couldn't make, event we couldn't make. We were delayed in our programs. So there were 2 things that were impacted. First, we wanted to have the national government representative coming to this event. They couldn't come. But we wanted to scale up nationwide, and they were not there. Second thing, we wanted to have another event a few days later. We wanted to have a kickoff of the modification of the school to, again, engage the community and the local government. But it did happen anyway, without the national government being there, without more engagement. Why? Because of this engagement of all the stakeholders since the beginning. They are the root of our project. Really, I can see I really want to to say like Home's name, like this is a program leader for this, and she's all the time on the phone, like all the time, all the time. I can see her all the time. Oh, I have a call by this person from the government, this person from the province. And really what we need to do, I really want to share some word shared by Salvador from 3M. It was a meeting on Monday, and he really said like, they have to be the main character, the decision maker. We are not the heroes of the story. They are. We are just the guide. We are just guiding them. They have to be the hero of the story. He compares this to like a movie, or I would say they will be the ones slaying the dragon and saving the princess or the prince. We are on Women's Day, so they're saving the prince. They are the one who, the UN Global Road Safety Week, is their actions, their success. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Awesome program. When you started looking at having a pilot program to begin, how did you start? Like, was there a framework that you have used on other projects that you used for that particular pilot, or what was your approach? How did you just start?
I would have to ask my colleague, because to be honest with you, and some of you like already know, I am the communication manager at AIP, so I'm sharing about the success.
Yeah.
I know a lot about my colleague, what my colleagues are doing, but I don't know everything.
Sure.
I know that there were a few programs in 2015 and 2013, I think, like just about safe school zone. But at the beginning, there was really nothing. It was a discussion, and what happened also, they were discussing with the government because there was an alignment with the program and the strategy of the government. It's really aligned with the global plan. So they were supported by the government, but the government said you have to try to find someone who really wants to support you at the local level.
Okay.
And this city of Pleiku, like compared to a lot of others who were a bit, afraid. Sometimes, the governments are a bit afraid to move to do something, because if it goes wrong, they will have a bad image, or. So, but they wanted innovation, so they said yes. And it was thanks to their support. And really, right now, they even they took over, because now it's gonna scale up to the whole province, and they're gonna do the implementation for 56 schools by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So it's identifying that person and then just being persistent and getting time with that person and developing a relationship.
Exactly,
right?
yeah. Identifying the good person, and I think I probably, during the accountability kit workshop we will have in the next few days, I believe that maybe we will learn a bit more about this.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Great. All right, Kristen.
Hello.
Uber. Wow. All right, so from the corporate sector, my question for you is, what is your view for campaigns to be successful and transcend awareness to the actual implementation of life-saving measures?
Great. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to join this panel. It's really great to be on stage with representatives from NGO, public sector, and private sector. I come from a background of all three, so it's great to hear Bogota and transportation alternatives and all the work that was being done there was an inspiration for my work at the San Francisco Bicycle Coalition, then at the San Francisco's Transportation Agency, where I launched the Vision Zero efforts there, and now in the private sector, where I lead Uber's road safety work globally. I really understand, I think, the importance of all three sides of that triangle in terms of how we can really work together to make an impact. So, I think we're really starting to do that now. It's quite an honor to have Uber on the stage here. I think we've really been putting in a lot of hard work to be better partners, similar to FedEx, and following your lead in seeing how we can really use our global scale to improve safety. I think in terms of success, private sector companies have a lot of information about their users, really detailed information about who they are, what they like, what they need, where they're going, all of that. And that's great information for communicating and marketing. It's even more important thinking about safety and how to communicate safety information. So I think one of the things that we think about a lot at Uber is, how do we deliver the most important message to the right people at the right moment? And I think, again, you as advocates are the ones who are really helping us figure out what is the most important message. And then we are able to kind of take that message and get it to the right people and get it at the right time. So I think two sort of projects that highlight this. The first is that we worked with Assert, who's obviously a member of the Alliance here, to develop global road safety education for drivers. And so we started with that just being sort of proactive driver education, that they would get, sort of get a module on speeding or a module on distraction. And that was great, we were reaching them. But then we started thinking, how do we make it more impactful in the moment? And so now what we're starting to do is, if a rider says, my driver was distracted, they were handling their phone, it made me feel uncomfortable, and then we take that same information that Assert developed for us and we send it to them right afterwards. And we say, hey, earlier today, a rider told us this, it made them uncomfortable. Here's this information about distraction. We do have policies in terms of deactivating folks based on the number of reports as well. But what we found is just even in that reactive communication, we're seeing behavior change. And so again, kind of taking your messages as NGOs and delivering it at the right time. I think the second example that I would give is, the use of technology. Obviously, this is an area that Uber really leans into. We have an app that everyone is using, both on the driver and the rider side. We heard from bike advocates, you guys are not making bikes safer. But we're hearing about you blocking bike lanes, or riders are opening doors onto bicyclists. This is an issue. And so we thought, okay, how do we solve for this? How do we work with them? How do we not just improve road safety in the moment for if you're on the Uber platform, but broadly, right? So we worked with bike advocates, and they said, yes, dooring, this idea of someone opening a door into a cyclist is a really big problem. And so we thought, is there something that we could do to deliver this message with our technology, knowing who the users are? And so we developed something called bike lane alerts, which if you've taken Uber in most cities around the world, you may have seen this. Essentially what we did is we took public data about bike lanes, so you may have all of this for your cities, and then we overlaid it with the drop-off locations for riders. So if we said, okay, a rider's gonna be dropped off along a road that is a known bike route, then they're gonna get triggered message in their phone, on their Apple Watch, all these kind of ways to say, hey, watch for bicyclists, watch for people on bikes, we actually said, because that was language from the NGOs. Watch for people on bikes before opening the door. And so we've sent tens of millions of those around the world. We just launched it in another 75 cities, so it's nearly 200 cities globally. So that's the kind of thing where we think we hear from you, these are the issues, you tell us what's really core and what's important, and then we have a whole technology team and a whole road safety team that thinks about how do we deliver that message in the best way.
So how did Assert and how did these bicycle NGOs find you and connect with you?
So first of all, having a name that is Googleable for a company is helpful. So what your country is and your specific work is very, very helpful. Assert has a great name for a company like Uber that is working on a global scale, right? But also, working with groups like the Alliance, it may be challenging for you as a local NGO to necessarily be able to reach a global company, but that's how the relationships with like the FIA Foundation and the Alliance can really help that. So you're sort of conveying to them, these are our core issues, and they're helping to relay that to larger companies as well. That said, you can also pay attention to the news and see what's happening for these companies in your area, and reach out to, find them on LinkedIn, who are the people who are working in policy or operations in that country, and say, hey, I was reading about this, I think we might actually be able to help you with this, rather than necessarily reaching out, will you sponsor this event, which is sometimes we do, often, but oftentimes really the effectiveness is, hey, we see this problem that you may have, we think together we might be able to solve for this.
That is great advice, yeah. So they're coming to you with a solution. They're not coming asking for anything. They're saying, hey, we can help you. That's wonderful, really, really great. Thank you for that. All right, so everybody's been furiously writing down your questions, and so we would love to hear from you. Any questions in the audience for any of the panelists? Oh boy. Everyone's being polite. They don't want to be the first one. Any online questions? Yes.
Thank you, Uber. Carrie Smith from South Africans Against Drunk Driving. Just to check, are you involved at all with victim support, victims of drink driving around the world? Because, well, I suppose you are helping a lot of people to not drink and drive, and you are making a lot of money from drunk drivers or people who drink a lot of alcohol. But it'd be a good synergy perhaps for us to work together with someone like the International Road Victims Partnership, which works in many countries across the world. So the question is, do you work at all with any victims of drink driving organizations? Thank you.
And I assume that question is for Uber, is that right? Yes, we know that reducing impaired driving is actually one of the most direct actions that Uber has had and can have in terms of road safety. It's something our riders have long told us, and now that we actually have external independent research that shows the direct role of Uber in reducing drunk driving. So we do actually support not only in terms of like free and discounted rides to make it more easy and affordable for people to use Uber while they're going out. But we also work really closely in the US with Mothers Against Drunk Driving and directly supporting their advocacy. We also are really starting to think more about victim support and survivor support more broadly. So we just partnered with Families for Safe Streets in the United States around their direct action to improve road safety, and this is all, just families who have lost people who are now becoming, pretty effective advocates. So yes, and if you are working on drink driving, campaigns, that's definitely an area we're wanting to expand beyond the U.S. and into other places.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Anyone else? Any other questions?
Well, if I may make a comment.
Certainly.
Of something. Because your role as NGOs is very important, as I mentioned, but I believe you and Saul as well know how difficult it is to reduce speeds in our cities. So for governments to reduce the speed limits, it's very, very difficult, and it has a lot of opposition, and it's one of the hardest policies to implement because it has opposition. Even in a congested city, they say, why are you going to reduce the speed? And your role there, it's huge because you can show, and we all know what is killing people is speed. So this measure is very hard, and I think your role supporting those measures that have a lot of opposition, it's very important. And another idea that I was just thinking when you were saying about the training, we do something, and it's throughout the year, and we implemented this, and I love this program. Well, we call it a play role. So basically, we have bus drivers, bicycle next to a bus, and they know how scary it is. They learn by experience because many drivers have never ridden a bicycle before. So what we do is that we have them ride a bicycle, and we pass a bus, fast, carefully, but fast, and they learn how scary it is, so they can be more careful when they are driving. And the other one that we do is that we have cyclists get on the wheel of the bus. Not driving the bus, but get on the wheel. And this is very important because they realize there are blind spots. So one thing that we did with that exercise was also to put stickers on the buses saying, don't stand here because the driver is not going to see you. So this kind of exercise, and I think these are great ideas for you guys to promote in your own countries that are easy and very reliable to everyone. And I think it has a huge impact because I'm a cyclist myself, and we know how we are. And of course, we need to experience that to know that we are also putting the driver in a hard position if they cannot see us. So just another idea for you guys.
And I can especially see, thank you. Yes, please. I can especially see the situation with the bus driver on the bicycle with the bus passing by. That would be such an emotionally stirring experience that it would be very likely to change the behavior. Because when we have an experience like that, it really does change your behavior. That's great. All right, so yes, question?
Thank you. Kristen, this is another one for you. I was just wondering whether you've thought about actually just how much your data could be useful for advocacy for some of the NGOs. We were running a project last year where we were looking at vehicle speeds in Ethiopia and Kenya. And we were actually deriving speed data from satellite imagery, but we wanted a reference data set in country to put it against, and we used some of your Uber movement data to be able to see actually the degree of correlation between data that we were generating and what was there and available on the ground. And it just struck me that actually that's an incredibly rich source of data, especially as we talk about rethinking mobility. You know, where do you need additional cycling provision, where speeds are potentially high and conflicts might be increasing. I just wonder whether actually there's a whole load of data that you're sitting on that could be really useful to this audience in order to promote really, smart mobility options.
Yeah, that's a great question. We definitely think a lot about both, what could we share from a data perspective and how could we get data maybe from public sector to better inform our decisions. So you mentioned the movement data. We have something online called, I think it's movement.uber.com, which is external available data about speeds, about congestion, a few things. I will say we didn't work on it as much during the pandemic, so the data is a bit old, but I think there are plans to hopefully update some of that data set, so I think that's really good. We're certainly thinking about it. We, for instance, in San Francisco, there's a big movement to close Golden Gate Park, which is the largest park, to car traffic. It was debated, it was on the ballot measure, it was all of this stuff. And so actually the advocates came to us and said, hey, do you have any data that might be able to help us understand the impact of this closing it to cars on surrounding streets in terms of congestion? And we were able to pull some information for them that ultimately showed it didn't actually impact speed, like congestion or anything on the surrounding streets. As we did not necessarily weigh in on the position, but we provided this information that helped to get this passed. So that's the kind of thing we're definitely really interested in. And if you see there's opportunities for that, Latte or the Alliance where we might be helpful, we'll certainly explore that. I think the other thing is from the public sector or even the NGO side, if you have data sets available that could be helpful. I think I talked to Saul from Mexico yesterday about what was happening in Guadalajara in terms of mapping fatalities. That stuff is great for us because we can then use it in our safer routing efforts and other things where we might be able to use this. So I would say that the data piece kind of goes both directions.
I like that data is more valuable than gold. I always say that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for the next 10 minutes, is there a question? Yeah, one more here. Oh, great.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you. Arturo Cervantes from Mexico, ANACEBI, the National Alliance for Road Safety. And my question has to do with motorcycles. I think as in Mexico, motorcycle growth in low and middle income countries has been incredible. In Mexico, we had around 300,000 registered motorcycles in 2000, and now we have over 6 million motorcycles. For the first year, motorcycle sales are exceeding car sales. And this has had an incredible impact in road safety for people who are using motorcycles not only for their jobs and sustenance, but also to avoid insecurity in our buses, in our streets. And I am wondering how companies such as Uber or Didi or other platforms such as yours could work with countries such as Mexico or other developing countries to really push forward the policies that are needed. It's incredible that motorcycles are being sold without safety systems, without ABS brakes, And I think that Uber and other similar companies could spearhead the adaptation of safer vehicles and of safer motorcycle drivers, given that you are using them throughout the region for your business.
It has been a very hot topic this week in lots of conversations, so fully aware, and thank you. I went to the motorcycle and helmet discussion yesterday. So we are definitely hearing that motorcycle use is increasing globally. We're also seeing it in terms of how people are wanting to earn. The benefit of the motorcycle is it is a lower cost vehicle, so it can help people with earnings more easily than, say, a car. But obviously, just there are risks, safety risks involved with motorcycles that are not unique to Uber, but that are just about vulnerable road users in general. So I would say we're really starting to think about how it is that what we can do as a company for our platform, but more broadly what we can do for motorcycle safety in general. And so, are there ways to sort of elevate safety across the board? There are a few things that we're doing on the tech side. For instance, we have a motorcycle safety checklist. We do events around helmets and safety checks and that sort of thing. But we're in conversations more broadly about how we might be able to make a bigger impact and improve safety for two-wheelers broadly. So happy to talk with you more about that. Mexico, obviously Mexico and Brazil are some of our biggest markets and motorcycle markets as well. So let's keep those conversations going.
Thank you. Okay, so for the next 10 minutes, you're going to take some time at your table to talk with your colleagues to brainstorm some specific actions that you would like to take during Global Road Safety Week. So you're going to go ahead and have those discussions at your table. I'll tell you when the time's up. Write some of your ideas down. I believe Vale has put Post-it notes on your tables. She's demonstrating. So you can write some of your ideas on your tables, and at the end of our time, at the end of this panel, after we have our brainstorm, we're going to hear from the panelists one more time, and then we're going to have a little exercise, and then everyone is going to come up with your Post-it note, and you can see there's a faint map of the world up here behind the words, you can see, and you're going to put your ideas, you're going to stick them to your country so that we'll have a good idea about what you are specifically going to implement during Global Road Safety Week in your country. So that's the idea. So about 10 minutes, brainstorming, come up with those ideas, write them down. We'll hear from the panelists, we'll have a little close, and then you'll come up and post your notes. Okay.
Sorry, just one clarification. We're going to write the ideas down, but then at the very end, that is a little bit later than that, we will go up and put the Post-its there. So it's easy to flow, okay? Thanks.
We have about 5 minutes left, 5 minutes. Okay, if you can wrap up your discussions, please. Okay, so be sure to put some idea on the Post-it notes. And now we're going to hear one last word from our panelists. So if we could get your attention, please. Thank you. All right, so we're first going to hear from, we'll just start with you, Kristen, if you can talk over the crowd. And then we'll go down the row, and Oscar will finish us out, okay? So, thunderstorm? There we go. So your attention, please. Kristen's going to share now. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you again. This has been a really interesting conversation, and I'm excited to see what kind of actions you have planned for your UN Road Safety Week. Let me just announce what I'd like Uber's commitment to be around UN Road Safety Week, which is we would like to use our global scale to amplify the Alliance's message for UN Road Safety Week. So as that's getting formed, we will send it out through our communications.
Awesome, thank you. And Vanessa, you know, if you have any ideas that just aren't that expensive, you know, just some with limited resources, we know NGOs just don't have lots of resources. So if any of you have ideas that are easy to implement, we'd love for you to share that as well.
Well, I think that we are very lucky to belong to the Alliance, because the Alliance, in a way, teach us. They nurture us, they give us ideas, and all these campaigns they have in a campaign like Commit to Act in their hand. They're very low cost, and it's a big opportunity to have creativity, being very creative. So I think we're very lucky to belong to this big alliance that empowers us and strives us and drives us to the correct path. And all of you, I think, are great leaders and great advocates for the safe system approach. And we need to take action and save lives.
Awesome. Thank you. Amelie.
Yes, to make it happen, I would say first be aligned like be aligned with the theme, be aligned with what your country's plan is for road safety and safe mobility. Be concrete, be smart and efficient, I would say, like just choose one goal, like don't go for your whole advocacy goal, like just choose one thing you want to do, for example, reduce speed limits, like be really concrete, and maybe start with something that it's like right around the corner, the UN Global Road Safety Week, so something that may be still happening with it, like the government has already done something, or you, one of your program. Like don't do it, don't go alone, like have the stakeholders and the government join, identify, like right now, just after this meeting, the decision maker, if you can, to really create a joint action. You are not going, as you were saying, like not going to see the people and say, can you sponsor my event? No, like let's do it together. And you have the leverage of things that it will be a really global event, so there will be maybe a knowledge internationally by the UN, the WHO, you know, they like to see that they are doing well with their country. Of course, accountability kit makes them accountable. If you are, like, they need to have some tasks, they need to have some activities under their responsibility. All of us, we know, even as individuals, like we are responsible of something, we are doing it really well. You know, we are really engaged and committed. And I would say after, maybe follow up. Even if you didn't have a grant for this, if you didn't have anything, like follow up with all the people that were involved in this event with you. Because if you follow up, for example, with the government, you send a little report, the impact that was done, it will be again a stepping stone for longer advocacy goal. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Yes. Okay, Oscar.
Okay. So I'm a big fan of trying things differently, and I think that helps in this case. And in my work, I have to advocate for more public transport use, for more bicycle infrastructure, for more sidewalks. And interesting enough, in many cities, they say like, but why sidewalks if people don't walk here? Why bicycles if people don't bicycle here? It's because they don't see them. And many times, people in the government, they don't see the cyclists or the rich don't see the pedestrians. So we need to push a little bit to have those people experience the city differently. So I'm a huge fan of the Car-Free Day and activities in which you force people to feel the city differently, to walk to work, to bike to work. And the experience is different. And I think that makes other people more aware of what others experience every single day of their lives. So my invitation is, let's try to push a little bit for those who don't see the cyclists, who don't see the people, the pedestrians, so they are not invisible anymore. So that would be my suggestion. Let's make them visible.
Wonderful. Thank you. Let's hear it for our panelists, please. Yes. Thank you very much, very much. All right, so I'll tell you what we're going to do now. I'm actually going to teach you a song. So we're all going to sing a song together, and I really need everybody's participation. It's going to be very easy to learn and to sing out. After we sing the song, Lata's actually going to come up and close us out and have people bring up your Post-it notes, okay? And so, so with that, here we go. It's a song in parts, so we're going to divide the room into 3 parts. So this is going to be part 1, okay? I'll teach you what you're going to sing. And then up through this side of Harpreet will be the second chorus that we'll be singing. And then the rest of the room right here will be the third chorus. So
So this one is the number 1 is going to keep on singing all the way through. We're going to have number 2 join number 1 and keep singing, and then number 3 will join number 1 and 2. It's very easy. I'll show you. All right. So here's number 1. You're going to kind of keep us going the whole time during the song. So all you have to do is sing this. Boom, shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom, boom, shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom. Do you do that? You do it with me? All right, so center section, you're going to sing, we're excited to launch Global Road Safety Week. Excited to launch Global Road Safety Week. Okay, good. Awesome. All right, and then the last section here, the last section is going to sing this. We're saving lives and preventing injuries. All right? Okay, here we go. We're saving lives and preventing injuries. Awesome. All right, so we're going to start down here. You're all going to jump in, and you guys are going to jump in. Then you guys are going to stop. You guys are going to keep going, and you guys are going to stop and we'll end here. And at the very end, we're all going to say, yeah. All right. Great. Boom, shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom, boom, shaboom, boom, boom, shaboom. We're excited to launch Global Road Safety Week. We're excited to launch Global Road Safety Week. We're saving lives and preventing injuries. We're saving lives and preventing injuries. We're excited to launch Global Road Safety Week. We're excited to launch Global Road Safety Week. I understand, did Liz want to take a photo before you come up, or did she want to get the panel? Yes, Liz? A quick photo with the panel, and then Locke will come up. Great, thank you. Very good.
Hey, thank you. I knew it was going to be.
So we would like a picture with the UN Road Safety Week banners. They're all on your tables. So Liz, please guide us a little bit. Each of you hold it up.
So there should be, there should be someone at every table.
got. Yes. Like that table there. And that one. And that one. Thank you.
What a note to end on. That was really, really very fun. A lot of good ideas we got there. So I am going to do the impossible, which is to try to summarize what have we talked about today. And you have to bear with us because, you know, there's been so many good points being made and so many suggestions. So what you see here is just a small little capture of what has been discussed. And we're going to write them much more detailed, but it's been sort of been done while we have been doing a lot of other things. So this is from the first session this morning. But let me just take you before that, because we started with a very moving moment from Rochelle, and I really want to thank you for reminding us why we're here, Rochelle. We discussed, and every single time we ask you to share your story and share your moments, and I know it's so hard, but it's also very important that we all know why we are here and what we do, and that's sort of why we do everything we do. So thank you very much for that. We have had so many great moments. We had the San Salvador Declaration that we launched and that we declared, and that's our call to action. There's a regional version for this, so I really hope that that can be helpful in your advocacy as we are moving into away from here. We also launched our accountability toolkit. I don't think that has been a secret. We are going to have 2 days of trainings, Thursday, Friday. I'm doing a little bit of housekeeping when a little bit later, where I'm talking about where we're going to be. We have had awards, and we have had announcements. So all this, and long speeches, all this was this morning. And then we moved into our sessions, where the first one was around evidence-based solutions, which was backing up on the toolkit and some of the things we're talking about there. And as I said, this is just a small snap and small fraction of what we talked about. Some of the things that came out was use evidence. That's the surest and fastest way to halve the number of deaths and fatalities, our target. Also, speed came out very clearly as one of the really fast and good interventions to use. And then the discussion around shifting the responsibility and not letting governments evade their responsibility and putting the blame on road users, but use the accountability. And then there was a lot of ideas for what NGOs can do to support evidence-based solutions, get attention, use the media, and use and gather data, or some of them. So again, we're going to write it up to much more details, but this is just a snapshot. So let's look at the next session we had, which was around the SDGs. Could we have the next slide, please? That was from silo thinking to SDG goals. We talked about leveraging funding and using other movements, other alternative ways of finding funding. For example, through the climate groups or through gender. There's a lot of other movements who have the same end goal as we have, and leveraging those opportunities. And then I think Bella made a really important point about taking things for granted, and the whole journey that has been taken from where all of us started to where we are now, and that SDGs was a long and hard one to get into the road safety was a hard topic to get into the SDGs, and we need to be mindful that we should not take for granted that it stays there, and we need to make sure that we do everything we can in awareness around our topic. There was also a very strong sort of emphasis around communities' role, and that communities have a very important voice to play, and that NGOs have that sort of leverage between the communities and the decision makers. And then that SDGs is really an excellent entry point into which you can talk about road safety. You can talk, there's so many entry points. As we talked about, that our road systems is the one we use for getting the education, going to work, going grocery shopping, going everything we do is the road safety, encompass everything. So using road safety as an entry point and can be incorporated everywhere. So we're really in a good place if we ensure that we use these opportunities to our advantage. I think also one thing I really take away here is I've sort of listed a lot of the ways it was said, and one thing was persistence, keep on knocking, many years, things take time. The fact that all of you have been working for many, many, many years, and then you harvest the fruits of what you do, or you might not have harvested them yet, but you will harvest them. And I think that persistence and that sort of ongoing, just keep on going, is what I really take away, in a deep felt respect for that daily work you do, all of you, knocking on doors, persistence, don't give up, and respect that things take time. I think that's something that really sits with me, but it's also what we see compared to other meetings, and compared to where we started, that our NGOs have grown so much, and you are so much more well connected. You're doing much more relevant work. You're seeing the fruits of what you do, and things that might have seemed hard a couple of years ago, you see the light at the end of the tunnel, and you see an implementation of 30 kilometers school zone, or you see a little thing happening, and that sort of that energy that comes from that is also what we need to bring in play and celebrate those successes, because I know it's hard sometimes. You really struggle, and you really feel you're the only one in the world who thinks this is important. But that's also what I hope these meetings can do for us. See each other, meet, and see that we are not alone, and there's someone else that it happened for, so it's also going to happen in my country. So please take that away. I really hope that that could be an inspiration for you. You were the storm, I think you said. The next thing we talked about, I just that was just a little, was this Rethinking Mobility and our launch of the UN Road Safety Week, where we talked about bringing community data, that don't give up point, use the global campaigns. We talked about that, or you mentioned that the global campaigns, they come and they are an opportunity, grab those opportunity, but it's far the only thing you can do. You should do much more. There should be an advocacy journey that you're on, and you can use those to leverage your journey and sort of strengthen your voice around that. And I hope the toolkits and all these things were mentioned, that they are helpful, and all the feedback we can get on this is really can enable us to do it better. Show the success that you have done. So through pilot projects, start small. It's not our role to solve the problems on the roads. That's the government's role. But we have an opportunity to pilot things and demonstrate what change can look like, and thereby use that as a argument for change. And then combined data was one of the points that were made. For example, private sector has a lot of data. We have data. There's also stories and a lot of data out there that can be used. So what a wealth of information, what a wealth of learnings, and what a wealth of inspiration that we are taking away from this meeting. I'm really, really happy about seeing so many faces here. Thank you very much for all the things you have shared, for being here, for your daily work, everything you do. I'm forever grateful for that. You are the Alliance, and you're the one who make the difference on the ground. So a big round of applause to all of you, to all our members who are just tirelessly working. So I don't know where our next meeting is going to be. I wish I could announce it. I wish that someone raised their hand and said, well, let it be in Ireland, or let it be somewhere. But if you have suggestions, or if you have a government who's interested in hosting us, I think the bar has been set very, very high here in El Salvador, so it's a hard act to follow, but... Maybe we should do that. We could consider that. So I think one of the beauties of these global meetings is that we hold them different places. We have 100 countries in our group, so having it different locations each and every time. So, but maybe we take you up on your word for a later time. So thanks for that. So great. So bring on your suggestions for next global meetings. We're happy to Africa. Yeah, great. Good. Great. There's so many people to thank. I think on your tables you have found an envelope, and I hope all of you have opened it and seen the artwork. And isn't it just amazing to have something that captures this meeting? And I don't know, you noticed Harpreet in the picture, but if not, he's on the left-hand side, I think, of the picture. So that will be a forever reminder that you take back with you, and can remind you of such a great meeting. So Gerardo Gomez, thank you very much for your drawings, and thank you also for the artwork that you created for this. So we have it with us, and thank you very much for that. I also would like to thank Dan. Dan, you have been our trooper that we threw into the mix here, and you're always helpful. I think after last year's General Assembly, we have toughened him up, so he's ready for everything. So we can bring you on. I hope this was an easier task than the General Assembly last year. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for being our MC today. You have done a marvelous job. And Vanessa, of course. Vanessa, thank you so much for everything you've done. She's the force of nature. You all know that. I think each of you might have even been in personal contact with her before you got here in one thing or the other. It's just amazing to have you, and thank you so much also for even suggesting that we came here. Yeah. I also like to thank Saul Castellar, because it's Saul and it's that combination that actually made this happen. we met you in New York in June, July, and suggested that we would come here. Thank you so much. We had a visit here in November where we were welcomed, I mean, just to an extent that we never ever tried before. And you were even in Korea and called us, I think, 15 times, and just to check in on everything was okay and if everything was going as it should be. I have never ever met such a welcoming host country. Thank you so much, and I'm forever grateful for that. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the board. The board is sort of the backbone of everything we do, and for your commitment and all your work you do and all your good advice I get. You are there for me, and I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. There's a lot of volunteer time that goes into that, and that should be appreciated. And that's on top of all the extra and the work that you do in your own organization. So thanks for that. You are sort of the one that grounds us and makes sure that we do what the NGOs, you reflect the NGOs and what their reality is, and that's what we need in a network organization of NGOs. So thanks for that. I'd also like to thank my team, and I actually would like you to come up here. So Beatrice, Liz, Florencia, Chica, Vale, Chukwu, Maria, Tinsei, please come up here. Please come up on stage here. And two that are missing is Patrick and Elena. I think you've also been in touch with Elena, all of you almost, but they're not here. Whoa, right? So you see on Women's Day, this is what we are. Poor Chukwu. And then I have one more to thank. But before I do that, I just want to make sure that I have a few housekeeping things to say, because a lot of you have asked about tomorrow. And tomorrow we have an introduction to the Accountability Toolkit. And that's going to take place in the room next door. It's Tamarindo, I think it's called. No, that's Mesoamerica is... okay, that's not UNRC. Okay, so sorry, I start again. UNRC takes place from 7 to 9, UNRC meeting. It's going to be streamed and it's going to be live in the room, and it's in Mesoamerica and it's down there, yeah. And there's coffee served, right? Yeah. And then we have the launch or the introduction to the Accountability Toolkit, and that's also going to take place in the same room from 10 to 3. And yeah, so that's for that. Anything else I need to say? 6 p.m. there's a reception which is hosted by the Ministry of Tourism, and I believe the Minister of Tourism is coming. She was also there last night. So yeah. Today at 6 o'clock. And you already seen that they have put up a lot of things out there for food and things. And then there's a last friend I would like to thank. And this is Shane O'Connor, our hero from the last session and from the FedEx Award. This is Shane's last global meeting, but Shane has been with us from the very, very first day we started. I met Shane a month after I started the job, and he said, let me support the first global meeting, which was the one in Marrakesh. Said, come along and see who we are and see if it's something you would like to be involved in. And since then, he has supported us. This is the last global meeting he's going to be part of. He's doing a lot of other very important work on emergency response work. Yes, please come up here. I have a little thing for you. Thank you very much. Great. That was it. I would like to thank you all for being here, and I hope you have a little time to relax, and then oh, you stick your, yeah, sorry about that. I have a list of 10 million things standing here, and they're put on this one. So now I would like to invite all of you to come up here and stick your suggestion to what you're going to do for the UN Road Safety Week. Put it up where your country is, and then we're going to see get inspired by so many good ideas. So please come up here, and thank you very much. Take care. See you next time.